Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs After School today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking stuff. We're learning, and it's October, everybody. So everybody, happy October. So we're gonna have Halloween this month. There are a couple different holidays happening this month, but anyways, we got our great Halloween overlay over here just for the month of October. You might notice some scary ghosts, some jack-o'-lanterns, some bats, and other fall-related elements. Okay, so what are we doing today? So we've got 4 topics on our docket as usual. We've got, let's see, we're going to be doing Hack the Web, and we're going to be working through those challenges over there. It's at this link that I'll leave in the chat. And if you're interested, it's definitely a very good place to get started learning about cybersecurity concepts. And so that's the first thing we're going to be doing on the stream. The second thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our HackerFrogs After School section. And we're going to be talking more about Python Basics. This is session number 6 in an 8-part series. And we're going to be talking about programming functions today. So functions are the bread and butter of running any sort of programming language. And today we're going to be talking about how to create functions and how to run run functions inside of Python. So that's the second topic. The third topic is we're going to be, originally we're going to take a look at the XSS or cross-site scripting vulnerability inside of the DVWA app on TryHackMe, but I found a free module on cross-site scripting on TryHackMe that we're going to check out instead. So the schedule is going to be a little bit different. We're still going to be talking about the same topic, but the material is going to be slightly different. So that's going to be the third hour of today's stream. And in the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream, we're going to be tackling some new challenges over at the OLIcyber platform. So OLIcyber is an Italian cybersecurity education platform, and we've been using it for quite a while now. And just seeing what it can offer, and it's very beginner friendly, or at least the stuff that I've been covering has been very beginner friendly. And we're going to be going over some web app challenges. So if you want to learn some beginner level web app stuff, we're going to be challenging that in the fourth and fifth hours of today's stream. So without further ado, let's put 60 minutes on the clock and get started into the first topic. Okay, that's 60 minutes, and I'll go ahead and change up the music. So I really like the music from XCOM 2. It's one of my, it's one of the games I used to play a lot back when I used to play a lot of games, but the music is still really good. Okay, so if the music is ever too loud, let me know, because I need to make sure that the audio levels are okay. Seems a little loud right now, so I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, so let's get into our first topic. So this is Hack the Web, and Hack the Web is a series of challenges that you can do, and each challenge that you solve unlocks another challenge. Of course, there is a way to access all the challenges at once, and let me go ahead and show you how to do that on another browser instance. Just a second. Okay, so this is the Hack the Web page. If you're not logged in, you'll notice that it is in German, but you can switch the language with this button over here over at the top right. So language, we can switch from DE, which is Deutsch, German, to English. and then we can try logging in. So you can see here that there are demo credentials over here. So the username is demo and the password is HTW123. And if you want to join along with us and you don't already have an account over at Hack the Web, then you can go ahead and use these credentials here. Okay, so without further, oh man, I should stop saying that. Let's go ahead and start our first challenge. So the first challenge we're going to do today is, let's see. How about we try Game Save 2? So this is the challenge here. I will give everybody the link for the challenge, and what we're going to do while we're solving the challenges is we're going to write up a little write-up for the challenge. So in cybersecurity, we like to document everything that we do, because there's an old saying, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. You definitely want to, while you're learning about cybersecurity, you definitely want to keep some good notes, and learning how to do write-ups is part of learning about cybersecurity. Okay, so this is Hack the Web, and let's go ahead and start creating that file. So this is challenge number 49, and I think it's called Game State 2. Game Save 2. Okay, Game Save 2. Alright, there are going to be three major things. There are going to be four major things we're going to put into our write-up. Those are going to be the URL of the challenge, the category that the challenge would be put into if this was a regular CTF challenge, the concept we need to understand to solve the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so the link or the URL we can get very easily, so we're just going to paste that in to our write-up, and we will start the challenge now. Okay, so what does it say? So Game Save 2, there are games that are a lot of fun, and there are those that are ultimately just want to take your money out of your pocket. Okay, sure. In games like these, it's tempting to use a hack to improve your score. Unfortunately, many developers are aware of this possibility and encrypt the save file, or encrypt the save game. But no encryption is perfect. It's usually easy to find out the key and crack the encryption. Is it usually easy to find the key and crack the encryption? I'm not too sure about that. But your current score is this. The key is this. So the encryption method is AES-128 in ECB mode with PKCS padding. Your task, increase your gold amount to 999999 and enter the new encrypted score. Okay, so what we're doing here is we need to find a hash. So this is a hash for AES-128, and we need to find a hash that encrypts to this number right here. So, I'm not immediately sure what to do, but you know what? This is a great task for... Brennan Lavelle says, it is time to end. It is time to end. Brennan, I'm not too sure what question you're trying to ask. If you could ask it again and be a little, and elaborate a little more, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we could probably ask the AI for an answer. Brennan Lavelle says, is your stream end right now? No. Brennan, is English your first language? Because I have a hard time understanding your sentences. No, we just started the stream. Like 5 minutes ago. Okay, so... what can we do here? Alright, so I'll just ask Claude. I want to decrypt a string from, what is the AES 128 in ECB mode with PKCS padding? Okay, what tool can we use to do this? Okay, so there are several tools available for decrypting AES 128 ECB with PKCS padding. Okay, we can do OpenSSL, that's good because we're familiar with how to use Linux. Okay, so Python, I think we're going to stick with the OpenSSL solution for this. So we're going to echo out. Let's see if this works. So what's the difference between these different commands here? So from a file, PKCS7 padding handling automatic. We'll try the first command and see if it works. Okay, so what were we doing here? Okay, so echo out the base64 encrypted string. Base64 encrypted string. Is this going to be base64? Is that what comes out? Okay, let's read the challenge again. So the current score is this. I mean, this looks like hexadecimal. This doesn't look like base64, but you know what? We'll try pasting it in. Okay, so this is it. Base64. I don't think this is base64 encoded. But you know what? We can just do a little test. We'll try to base64 decode this and see if anything comes out. So I mean, yeah, well, we'll try it. Ice-T asks, have you ever tackled any hardware hacking before? I'm afraid I've never really done any hardware hacking. It's on my very long list of things to do as far as hacking is concerned. But Ice-T, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so what we're trying to figure out here is how to decrypt this thing. Okay, we've got a key. It should be a hexadecimal key. We've got the hexadecimal key here. Well, let's try it again without base64 decoding and see if... Okay, let's see. 187, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just trying to figure out how to decode this. So the challenge that we're dealing with right now, it's asking us to do this challenge. You know what? Just so everybody can take a look, I'll do the description inside of, what is it called? Scratchpad? Is it called Scratchpad? What is it called? What is that site that lets you paste bin? Okay, so let's create a paste bin so we can share with everybody else. New paste. Create new paste. Okay, and they want me to verify I'm human. That's great. Okay, and then we will... okay, so it's pasted. So everybody, if you want to take a look at the challenge yourself and you don't have an account over at Hack the Web, then you can take a look at the paste bin here. Okay, so not having too much success with the first method that was suggested by our good friend Claude. So from a file, let's see, encrypted.bin out decrypted.txt, encrypted.bin decrypted.txt, hex key, right? Okay, the key needs to be 16 bytes for AES 128. If you have it as hex, it should be 32 hex characters. Brennan asks, do you have Cloudflare bypassing? Do you do Cloudflare bypassing? No, I don't do Cloudflare bypassing. Okay, so let's see. It says bad decrypt there. Here, we don't see anything. Okay, so this is the value that we want to edit. Okay, so we'll just give some additional information to Claude. So we have a string that was created using the AES 128 encryption system. Here it is. So this is a hexadecimal string. To decrypt this AES ciphertext, you will need the encryption key, right? Okay. So you would echo this out, and then... So they... For some reason they want us to turn this into a binary. Or at least I think that's what they're trying to get us to do. Okay, so let's try this out. So this is the correct string. They want us to use XXD, which is going to convert this data into a binary, I suppose. Let me look up what this does exactly. So XXD-R-P. Get the help for XXD. So -R is revert. Okay, and -P is... Which one is -P? I don't see it here. Let's take a look. Okay, -P. So output in PostScript continuous hex dump style, also known as plain hex dump style. Okay, so revert is reverse operation, so hex dump into binary, so it turns the hex into a binary. Okay, so I think this should work if we give it the correct key. So let me provide that key. Okay, player John Gold 13. Player John Gold 13. So we need to encrypt this. We need to use the same key, and we need to encrypt it with gold 9999999. So we would echo out this stuff. Actually, let's put this between some single quotes. Okay, so echo this out, right? And then we would encrypt this. So I think we would just use OpenSSL. So this is ENC for encryption, -D for decryption. So we don't want to decrypt, we want to encrypt. We want to use the same method over here. And what this should give us is, it should give us a hex string. Okay, so this is not a hex string, this is binary. So I guess what we need to do is we need to encrypt this using XXD. And we want to hex dump this as -P. Okay, so this gives us a hex string. And this should be the same hex string. So begins with double C, ends with 38. But it doesn't. That's kind of odd. If we use the same key and the same input, we should... Oh, you know what? Maybe I should echo this with the -n for no new line, and it'll give us a different result. Yeah, that was the issue. Wait, was that the issue? Yeah, that was the issue. So, okay, so we have to echo this out without the new line, and we need to put in gold 9999, 999999, and this should be the answer. Let's go ahead and submit this as the answer and see what happens. Okay, and here. Okay, it says player John is wrong. Increase your gold to 999999 and enter the new encrypted score. The new encrypted score. So they want... Neems, hey, nice to see you here. Why did a random space get inserted here? That's weird. Okay, so this is correct. Great, 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 great. Okay, so we just need to do our write-up, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Kakamad says, I didn't understand what happened, but I enjoyed the stream. Okay, so I'll try to explain it as best we can. So, hold on, let me reload this document. So we're trying to solve a challenge. So this is a cybersecurity CTF challenge. We're basically trying to solve little exercises using our cybersecurity skills. So this isn't exactly cybersecurity, but it's interacting with technology that we use in cybersecurity. In this case, we're doing some encryption, and we get an encrypted string right over here. And what we need to do is we need to take this encrypted string. We need to use the same encryption method, which they tell us right over here, and we need to use this key to edit the output and give us a new score, and then submit that to the challenge. So let me do my write-up over here. So this is a cryptography challenge, I suppose, and the concept is use a well-known encryption method to decrypt and edit data. Okay, so in this case, encrypt/decrypt using this method. So the method is AES 128 ECB mode with PKCS padding. So each one of these encryption and decryption methods, they have their own they have a special name, and they have different encryption techniques that can be included with them. Okay. So how do we solve the challenge? So we are given a hex string and a key. We are told that the hex string was created using the AES 128 cipher in ECB mode with PKCS padding. Okay, so if we use the OpenSSL program, we can decrypt the string, which we also have to what's it? What is it called when you reverse, which we also have to reverse hex dump? So the program that we use in when we're solving this challenge is called XXD, and where is that? Where is it over here? So here, this portion right here. So XXD is a program that you can use to turn binaries into hexadecimal. You can also use it to turn hexadecimal into binaries. So in this case, we need to decrypt from the hex string over here to create the original binary with XXD with this command, and then we need to apply the decryption process after that's done. So that's how we get this info over here, and we can also encrypt using the same method. They wanted us to encrypt using, well, and give ourselves a bunch of gold over here. ZG, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so if we use the OpenSSL program, we can decrypt the string, which we also have to reverse hex dump using the XXD program. So here's XXD, and so the string we are given is, let me grab that string. The key we are given is this thing. Okay, Quasmplay says, I started watching all of your playlists from old to new. Well, I hope you're learning some good stuff there, Quasm. And Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the key we're given is this one over here. You can go ahead and record that. Where is it? Here. Okay, so if we use the OpenSSL program, we can decrypt the string, which we also have to reverse hex dump using the XXD program. So the full one-liner that decrypts the string with OpenSSL and XXD is this. Ketchamad says, if you don't mind, give us some advice about how to get into cybersecurity when you're done with this CTF. I mean, I can talk about it right now. Ketchamad, what do you already know about technology? So if you want to get into cybersecurity, the first thing you need to do is you need to figure out what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity. But if you're coming from absolute zero, I can recommend some stuff. There's an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'll go ahead and put on some birds, and we'll take a little break while the ads are running on Twitch. Okay, so enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, but Ketchamad, if you're coming from absolute zero, if you don't know very much about technology, I can give you a starter pack. So the starter pack is a couple of playlists on YouTube that teach about IT stuff in general. And so it's IT stuff in general, and The third link is going to be for computer networking, which is something you usually need to learn, the basics of it at the very least, in order to do technical cybersecurity stuff. And the last playlist over there is CTF challenges, which are little exercises you can do to learn about cybersecurity concepts. I hope those links help you out. Quasim Plays, some suggestion. You took a 1-year break and watching playlists and practicing stuff. So Quasim Plays, I can give you some advice depending on what you want to focus on. What kind of specialization do you want to do in cybersecurity? So if you have like a goal or like a role or a job that you're trying to aim for in cybersecurity, I can give you some better advice as to which playlist to watch. Because well, you definitely don't want to learn stuff that's not related to what your end goal is. Okay, so the one-liner that decrypts the string with OpenSSL and XSD is this. Let's go ahead and supply that one-liner. Now, where is that? Molino is Guy. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Okay, so this is it. So it's a pretty long one-liner. So this lets us know that the decrypted data is this. Okay, record that. The challenge states that we have to set our gold value. Quasim Play says, I want to know everything. Everything? I mean, I guess if you want to know everything, then I would probably start with the really big Echo CTF playlist. No, not the Echo CTF playlist, the Pico CTF playlist. So yeah, so just go to the fourth link in the starter pack. So just click on the last link over there. That one is for the big Pico CTF playlist, which is something like 100 and some odd videos. Okay, so we need to set our gold value to 999,999. We can use the same encryption method with OpenSSL and XXD to create the encrypted value. Okay, and this is the command here. Right there. Okay, and I think this challenge is done. Well, at this rate, we've got time for one more challenge, so let's go ahead and go to the map and figure out what we want to solve. Okay, so we got a bunch of different ones we can try over here. So that doesn't that doesn't open up any more challenges. Okay, so we got new territory and we've got phone number. I think we've done new territory before, but let's take a look at what the challenge looks like. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, we'll try this challenge. Okay, so what we're going to do, like the last challenge, we're going to start up our write-up so that we can create documentation after we're done. So it's new territory, .md. So what we're doing is we're just creating creating a write-up over at GitHub. So I use GitHub for my notes. You don't necessarily need to use GitHub. A lot of people use different solutions for documentation and taking notes. I use GitHub because I want to keep everything public, and I want to be able to access it from anywhere. Well, anywhere you can use the internet, anyways. Okay, so category we don't know, concepts we also don't know, and method of solve we will find out in just a bit, hopefully. Okay, let me grab that link and let's start solving the challenge. So new territory is the name of the challenge. So I see you are well equipped today and ready for your expedition into unknown territory. I admire your courage. Okay, here are your coordinates. Between arg.de port 40,000 and arg.de port 41,000, you will find a secret place. Good luck in your search. Don't let the adversaries of the wasteland off the beaten track of common protocol stop you. Be persistent and we'll see each other again. Note 1. The title of this challenge is a reference to a quote by former German Chancellor Merkel, who said in 2013, "The internet is what? Is new territory for everybody." And many people made and make fun of this statement. Note 2, the message is the secret place. The message in the secret place is in German. Okay, so we're going to need to do some translation here. So I guess what we can do is we can do a little... We can use a very common program called Nmap to scan the network range. So we're looking for... Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay, let's copy this. If we've got access to the cybersecurity distribution of Linux, like Kali Linux over here, we can use the Nmap program to scan between 40,000 and 41,000. So we can set 40,000 to 41,000 using the Nmap program. So we'll set it to very verbose, and well, we won't go too fast because we want to be nice to the server. We just need to identify what service is being used. So we'll do this over here with Nmap. So we'll run that. Okay, we're scanning 1,000 ports. So all 1,001 scanned ports are in ignored states. Okay, so what else could we try? I mean, we know that this is a web port. So so these are all on HTTP. And if we just try going to the first port, first port listed here, there's going to be nothing here. I guess what we can do is we can fuzz this we can fuzz the endpoint using a program like fuzz, or no, it's called FFUF. So I'm kind of reluctant to do it because fuzzer programs like FFUF are pretty intrusive. They're pretty intrusive, but we can always set the FFUF tool to go slower. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. So we're going to run FFUF. The URL is going to be this. So 40,000, we're going to fuzz this. And we're going to have to supply a word list. So the word list is going to be 40,000 to 41,000. We can create a list like this with the sec for sequence command inside of Linux. So 40,000, 41,000. And we'll pipe that out to something like ports.txt. So if we look at ports.txt, it's just a sequence of numbers. And we're going to feed this into wfuzz. So ports.txt, we're going to make sure to go kind of slow. I'm going to make sure that we're going kind of slow when we do this. ffuf help. Okay, so filter action, filters, general options. How do we set our threads? So is it capital T? Is it lowercase t? Number of concurrent threads, default 40. So 40 is a lot, and it might stress the server if we send 40 concurrent threads, so we're just going to set it to something like 4. Because the number of ports we're dealing with isn't all that much. So we're just going to set this to 4 threads. Okay, so what happened? Oh, you know what? Because we're scanning in HTTP, we might need to... We might need to do something specific. So matching codes all. For some reason it's not working. Okay, so let's see. Between here and here, you'll find a secret place. You'll find a secret place. Good luck in your search. Now we're already doing web stuff, huh? So nmap didn't quite work. I'll try it again. I'll try nmap again. So nmap arg.de. We'll try going a little slower. So port 40,000 to port 41,000. I get the feeling that it's not going to come back. It's not going to come back with a result. Okay, so I'm not too sure this is the correct syntax we want to use for ffuf. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the AI if it can help me out here. Okay, so is there anything wrong with this ffuf command syntax? There's a syntax error, okay? So it's trying to fuzz the port number, but you're missing the proper URL structure. When fuzzing ports, you need the protocol separator. Protocol separator, I didn't know about this. Okay, your command might work depending on the ffuf's parser, but it's unconventional. The standard way is this. So no trailing slash needed on the domain. Oh, okay. So you don't need the slash on the domain. Okay, let me grab this. So we'll just leave off the trailing slash. Sometimes this kind of stuff really matters when you're dealing with web stuff. Okay, path fuzzing. So subdomain fuzzing, other potential issues, might be too aggressive for port scanning. Some hosts may rate limit. Okay, so maybe we want to change the number of threads to 1. Better command is this. Try the corrected version to see if it works better. Well, I mean, I can just press the I believe button and see if this works. Okay, so the scanning might be working, but it's just going super slow. What I think I should do is I think I should turn down the number of threads. So we got one, but then again, if you're only using one thread, that's super slow, and we were getting errors, right? Try a lower timeout. Let's see, how do we set the timeout? So timeout is 10 seconds. Let's try, yeah, let's try like 1 second or 2 seconds. So FFUF, what is the thing for the timeout? Dash timeout. Okay, so it's just dash timeout. And MC25, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so just dash timeout. We'll set it to 1 second. Okay, so we're getting errors, but it's also not running super fast. We can leave this alone. So we're matching responses 200 and 301, 302, 403, and we're filtering out all of the 404 responses. And hopefully we're scanning the ports, because that's what we're supposed to do. Okay, let's take a look at the Nmap response. So Nmap is also taking a really long time, because I set it to T2, just so we could be nicer to the server. You know what, I can leave this running in the background, that's fine. And I guess while we're waiting for this stuff to come back, we can start doing our write-up. Alright, so the category, what would you call this? I mean, I guess this is web hacking? Yeah, so web app hacking. The concept for this is port scanning. But if it's port scanning, this would be something more like network hacking. So port scanning, method of solve. So the challenge is asking us to fuzz all of the ports. Well, not all of the ports. To fuzz ports in the 40,000 to 41,000 range, and find the port that is serving something. Oh, it's also asking us to do a specific domain. On this domain, the domain is arrg.de. Okay, so when we actually get the answer, then we can respond with what the actual port number is. We still have to wait 14 minutes on this. It seems a bit long. The last time we tried this, we scanned it using T4, and it didn't return anything to us. Whoa, we found an open port. Okay, so it's 40,600. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. So in the browser, okay, so what does it say here? Let's go ahead and translate this. So translate to English. Courageous explorers, here is the treasure untouched. Here is the treasure untouched. So I'm guessing that this is the answer for the challenge. Let's go ahead and submit this. Okay, this is correct. Great, great, great. Okay, let's talk about how we solve the challenge then. So we can use the Nmap program to scan on that port range. So we will get the Nmap syntax. There we go. The answer is something something in German. What was that again? This thing. Okay, Unbrut. I have no idea how to pronounce this. Actually, you know what? Let me try to figure out how to pronounce this just for fun. Okay, so this is from German. And what does it say? Unberührt. Unberührt. If anybody speaks German out there, let me know if I pronounce that correctly. What is that? Unberührt. Anyways, let's go back. All right, we can commit those changes. That's one more challenge down. Okay, cool. Let's see if FFUF was able to do the job. It looks like it's still having a hard time. Okay, anyways. We might be able to do one more challenge in 10 minutes, but let's go ahead and try anyways. Back. So that was new territory, right? Okay, so new territory, and there's also phone number. Oh, this was the challenge that that asked us to do the dial tones. So this, I mean, I don't know if we can finish this in 10 minutes, but you know, this is so this is, remember, let's stop time for a moment and remember these sounds. Okay, so everybody, you can take a look at this yourself. This is challenge number 73. Let's start our write-up for this. We might not be able to finish this today, but we can start it off. 073. It's called phone number. Whoops. Okay, so this is the URL here, the category, the concept, and the method of solve. So we're gonna need to. Actually, we could probably use a web app to solve this challenge. There's probably some web app out there that translates dial tones to numbers. Let me see if. Okay. So let's take a look. So today landlines are rarely used. Other technologies have replaced them. But let's stop for a moment. Let's stop time for a moment and remember these sounds. So if you play the sound file, so there's four numbers that are being input here. So 4 tones, and we might be able to upload this to a web app to get this done. Let's try downloading the file first. So you're just going to use wget on the terminal here to download the WAV file. And let's do a little search. Henki says, "Hi, hope you're doing great today." Hey, hello Henki, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. I hope you're also doing good. Well, we're finishing off our first activity for today. Okay, so dial tone to number. Okay, a free and simple way to generate DTMF dial tones. DTMF tone generator, so DTMF decoder. Okay, so there's a decoder app. We can upload one. So it's in our temporary directory. This one. Okay. So it decoded it as the hacker number leet. Great. Of course it would be that, of course. All right, so let's go ahead and submit that as the answer. We can also try to solve this using Python. Okay, so let's try feeding this to our good friend the AI. Okay, so what Python module is used to translate? What are they called again? DTMF. DTMF, or it's called so DTMF stands for something, right? Let's try looking it up in Wikipedia. DTMF tone. Or just DTMF in general. Okay, dual tone multi-frequency signaling is a telecommunication signaling system. Okay, so this is what, well, this is what is used in the telephone system. Touchtone dialing with the telephone keypad gradually replaced use of rotary dials. So, man, does anybody remember using phones that look like this? That was a long time ago. Actually, I suppose these kind of phones are still exist, but it's really hard to find them. Okay, so let's see. So the question we're asking is, what Python module is used to translate DTMF tones? Okay, so tones in Python, you have several options. The DTMF module is the simplest. I mean, I don't know if this exists as a standard library. Seal says the blue box used by Jobs and Wozniak. Are you talking about Apple? I don't know too much about the history of Apple, but yeah, that sounds plausible. So Python. So if we just start up Python, we can try importing DTMF. Yeah, so there's no module named DTMF. We'd probably need to install that module. Okay, so I need to look this up every time. So every time I need to start up a virtual environment, I had to look it up. All right, everybody, there's an ad running on Twitch right now. I'll run one on YouTube as well. And we're going to take a little break for about 1 minute, so 60 seconds. But in the 60 seconds, enjoy these birds. Okay, we'll be back in just a bit. Okay, so everybody, if you're wondering what kind of birds these are northern flicker woodpeckers. So northern flicker woodpeckers are pretty common all over North America. Seal says it's in its book, Jobs explained that they used a DTMF box for free calls in the 1980s. Till they were assaults. Where were their assaults? Forced to abandon the idea for being illegal. I guess they were. Oh, right. Maybe they were doing some phone hacking back in the day. Okay. Let's see if we can get this done in 3 minutes. So we're going to start up a Python virtual environment. And then we're going to activate the virtual environment. And then we can start installing whatever Python modules we want. So we're going to pip install, what is it, DTMF? Doesn't, requires a different Python version, requires Python 3 something. Could not find a version that satisfies the requirement for DTMF. From versions, none. Am I using the wrong version of Python here? So using 3.13.7. Okay. Requires Python 3.7, 3.11. Oh, my version is too current. So they're asking for Python 3.7, but I'm on 3.13. Huh. So how do we... Okay, maybe we need to use another module. So it says DTMF is the simplest, but DTMF decoder. Okay, DTMF decoder. This seems more straightforward than what we were looking at. So pip install. Actually, let's check to see if it exists. DTMF decoder. Invalid syntax. What was it again? Oh, underscore. Okay, so that doesn't exist. So let's try pip installing it. Pip install DTMF underscore decoder. Multi-mon dash ng. Import subprocess run multimon.n. So this is just a separate Linux program. Okay, it seems kind of multimon-ng. So I mean, obviously this is not going to be installed. Oh, but it's part of the package. That's funny. Huh. Multimon-ng. Let me look that up really quick. We will not have enough time to do all of this, but just for fun. Multimon-ng DTMF decode. Can someone help with multimon-ng for decoding? Incoming DTMF signals. Okay, so solution. Do they have something here? Oh, this seems a little... this seems a little complex. Okay, we'll table this, and we'll come back to it a little bit later. Let's just... So category, this is... what would this be classified as? I kind of like cryptography, but not really. We could just call this general. So the concept is decoding DTMF tones, which are telephone dial tones. I don't know if we would call this a dial tone or not. I'm not too sure what the exact terminology is. Okay, so method of solve, the easy way. The easy way is to use this web app. And I guess I'll just grab the web app, which is this one. The less easy way is to use Python. And we'll just call that to be determined. We'll save that out. We'll come back. Well, I hope we can remember to come back to this later. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. The next topic is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Basics session number 6. So let me go ahead and start that up. So this is, let me go ahead and okay, these are walkthroughs, the sessions, exercises. Okay, so if you want to grab all the links for the session we're going to be doing today, this is it. But otherwise, let's pull up the PowerPoint and start the lesson. So this is session 6. Okay, everybody. This is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Programming Basics Part 6. So we'll just turn off the music for this portion of the stream, and let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be learning today. So what we learned before. So this workshop is the 6th class for Intro to Python Programming, and during our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. We learned about programming loops. So loops are special tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. Loops can either run a preset number of times before terminating, or iterate through all items in a list or string in the case of for loops. This is one of the loops we're talking about. Or run continuously until a predetermined trigger state is achieved in the case of while loops. So we learned how to use the 2 types of loops in the previous session. In this session, we're going to be covering a pretty big topic, and that's going to be programming functions. So let's get into it. So what are functions? So programming functions are defined instructions that can be used multiple times in the same code. So for example, the print function is something that we've been doing for, well, the entire time we've been using Python. So print is actually a function, and it lets us output something to the terminal. So if you want to write some quick Python code along with us over here, you can use this website. So the website's called onlinepython.com. So the print statement, or the print, using print in Python is a function. So you know it's a function because it's the name of the function here, and then a pair of parentheses, and then whatever we need to use to run the function inside the parentheses. So this output is printed because of the print function. Okay, and we can run that code, and this is what comes out. Okay, let's talk about it. So if a specific set of instructions needs to be run multiple times in the same code, it is more efficient to create a function out of those instructions rather than input the same instructions again. So if we wanted to create inside our program, let's see, let me get rid of some of these tabs, because when I've got too many tabs on the screen, it irritates me a little bit. Oh, wow, I got ads. Okay. All right, so if we wanted to make a function called print greetings, so we're just going to call this function greetings, and all the function is going to do is it's going to print something, so a greeting message. Greetings, HackerFrog. Greetings, HackerFrogs. How are you today? Okay, and this is all it does. So if we wanted to use this multiple times in the program, we could just do our function call just like this. Oh, that's not how you spell greeting. Oh, it's greetings with an S. Got to make sure that everything is spelled correctly. Okay. So what this program is going to do when we run the code is it's just going to call the greetings function twice. And each time we run it, it's going to print out this message. So hopefully I didn't get anything wrong in my syntax. So we'll run the program and it runs it twice. So it calls this function twice. The function just prints this stuff out, but you can put any instructions you want to inside of these functions. So let's go back. So in fact, we've been making use of the most common Python function this whole time, the print function. So the print function is the most basic function. We use it all the time in Python code. So any arguments that the function requires to execute properly, if any, are provided inside the parentheses when calling/running the function. So you'll hear this a lot when we're talking about programming. You'll hear people say a function call, or to call the function, or to run the function, or to execute the function. So it just means to run the code inside the function. So these are all words that kind of mean the same thing. To run the function, execute, or call the function, they're all the same. Okay, let's go on. So to create a function, start with def, so def or define, and then the name of the function, then a pair of parentheses with any arguments required inside the parentheses, any arguments required inside the parentheses, then a colon. Okay, so print greetings something and then name. Okay, so we could also do it like this. So if we wanted to create a greetings function inside of Python, we could do it like this. So this is the argument for the function, so the name. So greetings, so we'll do this as an F string. Greetings name. Greetings name, how are you today? So in this case, we can also, when we call the greetings function, we can give it a name. So in this case, we'll do HackerFrogs, and in the second case, we'll give the name the shy hat. Okay, and we'll see what happens when we run this now. Okay, greetings HackerFrogs, how are you today? Greetings the shy hat, how are you today? Okay, so this is how we include a an argument into our function here. All right, so if there's anything you don't quite understand about what we've talked about with these programming functions so far, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to answer your questions as best we can. Just understand that I'm not necessarily a really good Python coder, but I do enjoy using Python, and it's really fun to learn and teach by running these workshops. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about this. So since the function is a code block, we need to make sure to indent anything, all the instructions inside the function instructions over here. So since the function is a code block, on the next line you need to indent. So it's typically 4 spaces or 1 tab, but you can also use 2 spaces. You can use any number of spaces to indent, as long as you make sure that the indent size is the same throughout the entire code. Okay, so input the function's instructions. So the function's instructions are going to be after the colon over here. If the instructions span multiple lines, each line must be indented. Any argument variables should be included in the instructions. So over here, the argument name is included in the function. So we need to make sure, well, we don't necessarily need to make sure, but we should ensure that the whatever variable that the function argument takes is included in the function itself. Otherwise, why would you put the arguments inside if you're not going to use them? Okay. So here our example function is defined, then the function is called with the corresponding output shown thereafter. So greetings def my greeting name, print greetings name, my greeting the shy hat, greetings the shy hat. So just like this. the return statement. So return is an instruction that can be used in functions. When used, return stores the value specified, but does not print it out to the console. So one thing that a lot of beginner programmers get wrong when they're learning how to use the return statement or the return instruction in Python is that they think it's going to print out to the console. So just because you're using the return keyword inside of a function, that doesn't mean it's going to print. So if you want to print something, you need to make it you need to specifically print it out. So here we have a function. It's called sales tax calc. So sales tax calculator, and you put in some amount. I'm guessing this is going to be either an integer or a float. So the sales tax is equal to 1.15. That's what we're going to multiply to get the sales tax. And it's going to return the amount, which is what we supply to it here. GLHF done skis. Hello, Uber beginner here. How do I get the HackerFrogs game to run? HackerFrogs game. We're not exactly playing a game, but we are doing some programming with Python. So if you want to use a website to write some Python code with us, you can use this website over here. Sandovi says Python has interpolation with f. So yeah, so what we're doing here is we're using an f string. So an f string, it's basically a way we can include variable names, or we can include variable values inside of our print output. So you just put f in front of the string, and then you can put a variable name in between some curly brackets here, and it'll take this and it'll insert whatever variable into the string. So for example, we got greetings, HackerFrogs, greetings the Shy Hat. Run that, and then the name is included into the print statement. GLHF says, my bot, I thought it was like gamified learning. Not quite gamified learning right now. I think it would be really fun to be able to create a game for the HackerFrogs programs, but unfortunately we're not quite there yet. But you can write little snippets of code with the online Python website, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Okay, so let's go back. Oh, you know what? Let's create this program. So it's a sales tax calculator, okay? Let's go and do that. So we're just going to create the function sales tax calc, and the argument is the amount. So sales tax is going to be equal to 1.15, so that's 15%. And we're going to return amount times sales tax, and that's it. So this all the function does is it calculates the sales tax, or the total amount after the sales tax. So this function by itself doesn't do anything. So we could run the function sales tax calc with an amount, say 100, and we expect it to return 115 because it's 15% sales tax. So if we just run this, nothing prints out because we didn't ask it to print out. So this returns an amount, but to get it to actually print, we need to wrap the function call in the print function here. So this is how we get this to print out. Run it again, and then we get this amount, which is not quite accurate because of reasons. Sandovi says all learning is playing. Well, I mean, you could call it that. No name, hello, nice to see you here. Dot. That's a bold statement. Thank you very much for following Nightfall83 on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to. So if there's anything you don't quite understand about what this code is doing, ask questions. There are no bad questions. Just you just need to be curious. Okay, let's go on. So just remember that when you use return, it doesn't necessarily print anything to the console, but it does store the value specified. So the return keyword is good for feeding in the return value to other parts of the program. Okay, so the return portion of the function is useful for passing values to other parts of the program, but it won't output to the console unless we use the print function with it. So yeah, so this is basically what we just illustrated with the live demonstration. Okay, so the next thing we need to talk about is setting variables inside of functions. So by default, if a function uses a variable which exists outside the function, any modification to the value of that variable will revert after the function finishes execution. So we see here that we've got name equals John, and then we create a function called nameSet with new name as the argument. So name equals new name, and then print the name. So nameSet Betty, and then print the name. Okay, so let's go ahead and try using this code. So I'll give everybody the code here. You're going to need to do the formatting yourself, because when I paste this into chat, the formatting gets all screwed up. But so what do we do here? So name equals John. We're going to create a function over here called nameSet. New name, name equals new name, print name. NameSet Betty, and then this should print out the name Betty. Okay, and we run it, and it prints out Betty. Okay, so afterwards, we're going to print out the name variable. So first Betty prints out, then John prints out. So the thing we need to understand here is that if a variable outside of the function is modified by the function, it will always revert back to its original form after the function call is finished. Okay, so let's move on. So in fact, any variables defined inside of functions are not accessible by the rest of the code. So the above code results in the error name pynum is not defined. Okay, so we got a function in here. It's define pynumber. So pynumber equals 3.14. So pynumber is a variable that is only used inside of the pynumber function here. So we can run pynumber, and it doesn't do anything. If we try to print the pynumber variable without calling the function, then nothing will print out, because this variable doesn't exist outside of the pynumber function. Okay, so we can demonstrate this. Let's go ahead and do that. Actually, so we'll return the pynumber here. Okay, so if we call pynum, it doesn't do anything. Well, it won't print anything. But if we try to print the pynum over here, it'll give us an error message. Okay, so pynum is not defined. So that's because any variable that is set inside of a function is not accessible by the rest of the program. But we can print this. So if we print pynum, then it should give us 3.14. Yeah, so it gives us 3.14, but only when we're in the middle of calling the function over here. Okay. So functions with parameters. So functions can be written with parameters, which are used inside of the function's code block. Okay, so here we're creating a function called add2numbers. So there are two parameters here, 1 and 2, or sorry, a and b. So what the function does is return a plus b. So it's just going to add these two numbers. So x equals add2numbers. So the function call, if we print x, it'll run add2numbers 1 and 2, and it should return 3. Let's go ahead and give this code to everybody, and we'll try running this code. ISK says, do you know the RootMe org platform? Yeah, I've taken a look at the RootMe.org platform, but I haven't done a lot with it. But I do know about it. It's I think it's a French website. So is it rootme.org? Yeah. It's a French cybersecurity education platform. All right, let's go back. Okay, so we've got the function over here. The function is very easy. So we create a function called add2numbers. This takes in a and b. So a and b are the two numbers. It'll return a plus b. So if the variable x is equal to the function call of add2numbers with the numbers 1 and 2, and we print x, we should get the number 3. So if we run the program, 3 appears. Okay. So I mean, this could be these could be any numbers. We could put the hacker number. We could put, I don't know, +1 and print that out. Okay. So functions can be written with parameters which are used inside of the function's code block. So anytime you put in arguments with your function, we need to make sure that the arguments are included in the function. Otherwise, these arguments shouldn't be there. Okay, so the next thing we'll talk about is functions with default parameters. So functions can also be written with default parameters, which are substituted in if the function is called without specifying that parameter. Okay, and let's go ahead and give the code here. And we will go over and paste in this code. All right, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'll put one on YouTube. And we will also put on some birds. How about we put on this silly bird? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. Okay, let's put the birds away and get back to the hacking. Or the programming in this case. Yeah, so what do we have here? So we have a function here. It's called greetUser, and first name is going to be equal to John, and last name is going to be equal to Doe. So first name and last name, these are the two arguments that we need to supply to the function to run it. And it'll do hello first name, last name. So if we run this by itself without specifying the first name or the last name, then it'll substitute in the default parameters here, which is John Doe. So we run that, it says hello John Doe, but if you actually put in first name and last name, and it'll take this in basically, the first thing that you supply as the parameter is going to be first name, and the second thing is going to be last name. So if we put in two names, so James Jameson, then we will run it, and it says hello James Jameson. But if we omit the second variable over here, the second parameter, so it will default to Doe. So it'll go hello James Doe. So if we run it, hello James Doe, it appears over there. So this is how we create functions with default parameters. Okay, moving on. So programming functions exercise. So originally we used Learn Python to do the exercises, but I've got a better website for running this kind of stuff. It's called W3 Schools. So w3schools.com, and we're going to be learning to code in Python. And let's go ahead and do some. They're called functions. Where are they? Python functions. Okay, so everybody, if you want to follow along, this is the website you want to go to. And I think we can make this dark mode because this is way too bright for me. Isn't there? Is there a dark mode button? I don't seem to see it. Oh well, I guess we're gonna have to bear with this. So creating a function. So in Python, a function is defined using the def keyword. So def for define, def my function, print hello from a function. Okay, so calling a function is the next thing we talk about. So to call a function, use the function name followed by parentheses. So my function is the function call over here. You need to make sure to include the parentheses. Even if there's nothing inside of the parentheses, you need to include them. So if you run this code, it'll just print out the message over here. It basically it runs all the instructions inside of the function definition over here. So hello from a function, K. So the next thing we talk about is arguments. Information can be passed into functions as arguments. Arguments are specified after the function name inside the parentheses. You can add as many arguments as you want, just separate them with commas. So the following example has a function with one argument, which is fname. When the function is called, we pass along a first name, which is used inside the function to print the full name. Okay, so we've got a function called myFunction fname, print fname plus refsness? Print name plus refsness. So I guess it's going to print these names with refness, whatever this is, when we run the code. So it'll just print off these names. All right, pretty easy to understand. We call the functions. We specify the fname when we call the function. So arguments are shortened to args in Python documentation. So this is a programming thing in general. So if you see the word args, we're talking about arguments for either commands or for programming functions. Parameters are arguments. So the terms parameter and argument can be used for the same thing, information that's passed to a function. So from a function's perspective, a parameter is the variable listed inside the parentheses in the function definition. An argument is a value that is sent to the function when it is called. So the word parameter and argument, they're not exactly interchangeable, but most of the time people use them interchangeably. So if you hear parameter argument, it usually refers to the same kind of thing. Number of arguments. By default, a function must be called with the correct number of arguments, meaning that if your function expects 2 arguments, you have to call the function with 2 arguments, not more, not less. So this function expects 2 arguments and gets 2 arguments. So my function is the name of the function. There's an f name, a first name, and an l name, a last name. So print f name plus space plus last name. So my function and then first name, last name. Okay, so if we run the code like this, it works. It prints out first name, last name. But if we omit the last name and we try to run it, we'll get an error. Or at least we would if the thing ran. Just a second, let's refresh the page. Okay, then we will delete the last name. I guess it doesn't want to show us error messages. Okay, Neem says, I need help with the HTTP request smuggling room on Portswigger. Have you done it? I'm pretty sure I did HTTP request smuggling like a couple of years ago. So I don't know if I would be able to help you out with the room. But what problem are you exactly having with HTTP request smuggling? Or yeah. So okay, so we're missing one required positional argument. So this is Python's way of letting you know that you didn't supply the correct number of functions. Okay, let's go back. If you try to call the function with 1 or 3 arguments, you get the error. This function expects 2 arguments but only gets 1. Okay, we demonstrated that already. Arbitrary arguments and star args. If you do not know how many arguments will be passed to your function, add a star before the parameter name in the function definition. This way, the function will receive a tuple of arguments and can access the items accordingly. Okay, so if the number of arguments is unknown, add a star before the parameter name. So my function kids, the youngest child is kids element 2. So the code is looking for kids element 2. If kids element 2 doesn't exist, then there's going to be a problem. But I guess we can supply like an arbitrary number of kids in the kids argument here. Anyways, let's take a look at what exactly this function does. Okay, so print the youngest child is kids 2, element 2. So element 2 is Linus over here because we start counting from 0. So 0, 1, and 2. So the thing is that you can add any number of names to this. So if we add another one, I don't know, Jenny, and we add another one, Bob, and then we run this, it's still going to give us the youngest child is Linus. So what this should do, if you're looking for the youngest child, is we should do kids minus 1. So minus 1, the element minus 1 is the last thing in the list. So if we run this code, it should say the youngest child is Bob here. But yeah, actually this is the better way to do it because then it doesn't matter how long the list is. So if you could do this with just one name and run it the same and it still works. Okay, so but if you're actually running it as element 2, but you only supply one name, then you're going to get an error. Because it's looking for kids element 2, which doesn't exist. Tuple index out of range. Okay, so keyword arguments. So you can also send arguments with key equals value syntax. This way the order of the arguments does not matter. Okay, so we got the same function essentially. So my function, child 3, child 2, child 1. The youngest child is plus child 3. So, So I guess in this case, you need to make it hold on. Okay, let's try this code. So if we try the code over here, my function is child3, child2, child1. The youngest child is plus child3. So I'm thinking that the function by default makes the first argument child3, the second element child2, the third argument child1. But if we, and you can define it specifically by doing, what was it called? What are they called? Parameter equals something. But if you just supply a number of strings, so this will default to the first name being child3, and then the second name child2, third name child1. So this should output the youngest child is Linus. Or actually, no, the youngest child is Emil. So if we run this, the youngest child is Emil. So here's the funny thing. If you just define one of these, so child3 equals Emil, and then leave the rest of this blank, it's going to take the other two arguments in the order. So actually, let's do child1 equals Emil. I think this might return an error. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So positional argument follows keyword argument. So if you don't define all of these, then there's going to be a problem. But what we can do is we can, yeah, so like we saw in the example, we need to define all of these. And then the code will run properly. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so our arbitrary keyword arguments are KW-args. So if you do not know how many keyword arguments will be passed into your function, add 2 asterisks before the parameter name in the function definition. This way the function will receive a dictionary of arguments and you can access the items accordingly. Okay, so if the number of keyword arguments is unknown, add a double asterisk before the parameter name. So my function here is double asterisk kid. Print his last name is plus kid lname. Ah, okay. Okay, so let's try running the code and take a closer look at how this function is defined. So my function, so this is the dictionary that's going to be created. So KID for kid, this is going to be defined as a dictionary. And when we call the function, we need to specify, well, we need to specify an L name for sure. We don't necessarily need to specify the F name here, but the L name has to be defined. Otherwise the code isn't going to work. So we can actually, so if we run the code, it says his last name is Refsnez. I have no idea how to pronounce this, but we can delete F name because it's not really used by the function. So this still works, but if we replace L name with F name here, then L name doesn't exist and it's going to error out. Right. Error, key error, L name, because the key doesn't exist. And so this is basically when you use the double asterisk here, the argument is going to be interpreted as a dictionary. Okay. So we haven't talked about dictionaries yet, but dictionaries are a lot like lists, except for the fact that they have a key and a value. Just like a real dictionary, you might have like the name of a word, like a word, and then the definition. as the value, but we'll talk more about dictionaries in another lesson. Signal says, I love W3 Schools. Yeah, it's a really cool website. Okay, so default parameter value. So let's see. Arbitrary keyword arguments are often shortened to kwargs in Python documentation. So arbitrary keyword arguments. It's kind of a mouthful. Kwargs also seems like kind of a mouthful. But anyways, default parameter values. So the following examples show how to use default parameter values. If we call the function without arguments, it will use the default value. So we've talked about this before. Let's go ahead and go into the code, and we'll talk about what exactly the function does. So my function is country equals Norway. So this is a default parameter. So the default parameter for country is going to be the string Norway. So print I am from plus country. Thank you very much for following Signal. Thank you. And welcome to the team. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so every time we call the function, Dan's L says W3 Schools, Geeks for Geeks, and Tutorials Points are the triad. I don't use tutorials point, but you know what? I think I'll be looking that up. Tutorials point. I'm guessing it's the .com. Free tutorials. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Danzel. Okay, let's go back. So basically, when you don't include an argument inside of this function, it'll use the default argument, which is Norway. So when we don't give it, which is the third example, it'll use the default. Signal says, then once you get a little more advanced, it turns into Stack Overflow, coworkers, and a 6-year-old Reddit thread with 14 downvotes. Yeah. Actually, these days, I'm not too sure where our good friend the AI will fit into the equation. It's probably the Stack Overflow replacement at this point, because most of these AIs train off of data from Stack Overflow anyways. Okay, let's move on. Okay, passing a list as an argument. You can send any data types of argument to a function, strings or numbers or lists or dictionaries, and it will be treated as the same data type inside the function. So for example, if you send a list as an argument, it will still be a list when it reaches the function. Okay, let's take a look at what the code is doing here. So define my function, and we're including food. So the argument food, what is this? For x in food, print x. So this is more of, Signal says, AI could never help me when I was doing ML, machine learning, but it was fine for simple intermediate questions like matrix operations, NumPy, gradient help, and other things that it probably trained off of. Once you get into uncharted territory, AI is no bueno. So yeah, basically, AI is good for it is good for learning programming as long as the code you're talking about is, I wouldn't say only basic, but as long as it's well known, then the AI will be able to help you a lot. But as soon as you get into stuff that is not very commonly used, then you'll run into a lot of problems. Okay, so what does the function do? So my function food, for x in food, print x. So here's the thing. Whenever you use a function, you need to understand what kind of data type is going to be fed into the function. Because if you give the wrong data type to the function, then it will not work. Okay, so in this case, my function, this assumes that what we're feeding in as the food parameter is going to be a list. Actually, it doesn't necessarily need to be a list. It just needs to be something that can be iterable, because it does this instruction here for x in food, print x. So if you replace fruits the list with fruits the string, it still works. So if you run this, it'll just print off all of the letters in watermelon because you can iterate through this. And because strings and lists can be iterated over. But if you give the wrong data type that can't be iterated over, then this will run into an error. So int object is not iterable, right? So this is what we need to understand. Whatever we feed into the function as a parameter, it has to be what the function expects. Okay, so return values. To let a function return a value, use the return statement. Let's see. Signal also says AI was not helpful when researching feed forward versus recurrent NNs, even trying to get it to explain a DPRNN. It's just started choking on its own words. I mean, I don't know these concepts that you're talking about. I don't know what NNs are, and I don't know what DPRNNs are. If you could, and I'm guessing it has something to do with machine learning. Neural networks. Oh, okay. Not exactly my my area of expertise. I don't know very much about neural networks, but Signal, if you can explain this stuff, then that would be great. But yeah. If you're talking about something that is not very well known, like some obscure topic, then the AI is not going to be able to help you very much. AI is best used for stuff that is the more often a subject is discussed on the internet and is more likely to be in its training data, the better the answer is going to be that the AI gives to you. Okay, so return values. So to let a function return a value, use the return statement. We talked about the return function before, but the return function, it basically lets the function hold the value, and if it can hold the value with the return function or with the return statement, then it can pass off that data value to other parts of the program. So over here, we've got return 5 times something. So 5 times x. So x, of course, we were talking earlier that it expects an integer. If you give a non-integer as x, then you will have a bad time. So if we give like a string to my function, actually wait, this will multiply x by 5, right? Yeah, it'll give 5 x's. So that's kind of funny because there's some mathematical operations that can be done on strings. But let's say we got well, I think it also works for a list. So if we give it a list, I wonder what happens here. Signal says DPRNN is basically a fat acronym for dual path recurrent neural networks that are used for long sequential data, deep learning architecture designed to handle big data efficiently, spits it into smaller chunks by applying an inter chunk operations depending on the data. So, I mean, as long as, so this, it doesn't break if you give it a list. What happens if you give it a dictionary? So we're trying to find some way to break the function here. So if we give it a dictionary, so watermelon equals yummy, then this will break the program. Well, at least I think it will. Yeah, on a unsubverted operand for integer and dictionary. Signal says list with multiple types or dictionary with multiple types. So I mean, I think it just breaks if it's just a dictionary in general. But if we just give a dictionary with numbers, can it multiply these? Yeah, so anything inside of a dictionary is no go for multiplication in this case. But we're supposed to be talking about the return keyword. So the return keyword lets the function store a value, and then you can use that later on in the program. keeping track of this account. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so the pass statement. So function definitions cannot be empty, but if for some reason you have a function definition with no content, put in the pass statement to avoid getting an error. So this isn't something I use at all, but apparently this exists. So if you want to define a function with no instructions, you can just use the pass keyword here. Okay, so positional only arguments. You can specify that a function can have only positional arguments or only keyword arguments. To specify that a function can only have a positional argument, add a :/ after the arguments. So define my function. Okay, so let's run the code. So my function in this case is x and then slash. So x and then slash means that without the slash, you're actually allowed to use keyword arguments even if the function expects positional arguments. Oh, okay. Signal says, very useful in recursive async applications. The function does this if x is a, and if x is b, then pass. Oh, I mean, recursive asynchrosity is not something I deal with very much when I'm doing my Python code either. I usually just script out very simple instructions for my scripts. Okay, so print x, my function 3. So 3 is going to be x. So print x, it just prints out 3. So if we do my function x equals 3, then this isn't going to work because of the slash right here. So my function got some positional only arguments. What does it say? Passed as keyword arguments. So this is a keyword argument, x equals 3, but it only accepts positional arguments because of the slash right here. So if we just take this away, then 3 becomes x in this case, and it can run normally. Okay, let's move on. Keyword only argument. So I guess this is the opposite. We just need to add the star before the argument, which means that we can only give keyword arguments for these functions. Okay, and we'll do this really quick. If we only include the position argument over here, then it'll give an error. My function takes 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. So in this case, we need to specify x equals 3 for the function to work. Okay. Man, time sure does fly. We've got another ad going on right now. So everybody, let's take a look at some birds. Here is a video called The Peanut Bandit. Okay, so we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little ad break. Okay, and does the bird come back in this clip? Nope. So the interesting thing about the behavior of these birds is that they're not actually eating the peanuts in this case. They're just grabbing them and putting them in their throat pouch. So they got like a pocket inside of their throat where they can store food, or I guess other objects that they want to take somewhere else. So they're basically taking all the peanuts here and they're flying away and they're hiding them somewhere. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to it. Okay, I think we're pretty close to finished. Combine positional only and keyword only. We can combine these arguments. So B is positional only and C is keyword only. I don't know if I would combine these positional and keyword only arguments in these functions because it gets really, really confusing very fast. This isn't exactly, I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's not something I would do. Okay, so the next thing is Python also accepts function recursion, which means a defined function can call itself. I wouldn't recommend recursion if you can help it, but I guess you could do it. Recursion is a common mathematical and programming concept. It means that the function calls itself. This has the benefit of meaning that you can loop through data to reach a result. The developer should be very careful with recursion because it can be very easy to slip into writing a function which never terminates. So a function that enters a loop, and that's never too good if you're designing programs. One that uses excessive amounts of memory or processing power. However, when written correctly, recursion can be a very efficient and mathematically elegant approach to programming. So in this example, TryRecursion is a function that we have defined to call itself, recurse. When we use the k variable as the data, which decrements -1 every time we recurse. The recursion ends when the condition is not greater than 0. So 1 is not 0. So I'm guessing that, yeah, so we got an if conditional. It's kind of like a loop. Let's take a look at what the program actually does. Okay, so we've got try recursion with the k argument. So if k is greater than 0, then result equals k plus try recursion k minus 1. So we're running the function inside of the function. So the function calls itself with k minus 1. So print result, else result equals 0, and then return the result. If we run try recursion with 6, then the first time it's run, then result equals k plus try recursion k minus 1. So k minus 1 is 5. So it's 5, k 6 plus 5, then print result. So wait. So try recursion k equals 6. When we run it, if k is greater than 0, running the function inside of its own function is crazy work. Oh man. It's a little bit too, this is a little too much for me to think a lot about. This is what I've got computers to do. Anyways, most of the time you're not going to deal too much with recursion inside of your functions. So we'll move on. Someone call for a memory leak. Okay, so we've got our exercise over here. What is the correct keyword for defining functions in Python? So if you've gone through this entire exercise and you don't know what we use to create functions, then this is your opportunity to learn. So which one is it? We have to define the function, but which keyword do we use? It's most def DEF. Correct answer, great. Okay, so everybody, man, this time really did fly by. Let's talk about, let's do a little quiz. So this is our functions quiz. What will print to the console? So we got a function, and then we call the function. So what will print to the console? The number 5, there's a syntax error in the code, or nothing will be printed to the console. If you think you know the answer, let us know in the chat, A, B, or C. Okay, we got an answer from Signal. So the answer for this question is nothing will be printed to the console. So if you want to print something in Python, you need to use the print function. So if you just run the function, nothing's going to happen. So the function will store the number because of the return keyword, but nothing's going to print. Okay, so functions quiz 2 of 3, what will print to the console? So my number equals 7, number set equals num, my number equals num, number set 14, print my number. What will print to the console in this case? Will it be the number 7 or the number 14? So when we run the print command, does the number 7 appear or the number 14? Signal says, I actually forgot you could redefine variables like this because they aren't constants. Yeah, so I'm not too sure if there's a constant keyword inside of Python or not. If there is, I don't use it. Okay, so remember that anytime you modify a variable, inside of a function, the variable will reset to its original value after the function is finished running. So even if you set the number to 14 inside of the function, it'll revert to 7 afterwards. So the number 7 is going to print out to the console. It's based on, yeah, there has to be a way to do it. Let's go ahead and, just for fun, we'll run this code inside of, just to make sure this is what the function is. Okay, so when we run this, we're expecting the number 7 to appear. Okay, so the number 7 appears because even though we set the variable with the function, it reverts back after it's done. Okay, we'll do one more and then we'll... Okay, so in Python, what does it mean to call a function? Choose 2 of the following 4 options. A, to define a function and its parameters. B, to execute the code within a function. C, to communicate with a function by phone. Or D, to invoke a function by using its name, followed by parentheses. So what does it mean to call a function? Choose 2 options, 2 letters. So to call a function, you execute the code within the function, or invoke a function by using its name followed by parentheses. So calling a function is, so like we said before, you'll hear people use different words for running a function. So you can run the function, you can call a function, you can invoke a function, or you can execute a function. These all mean the same thing. It means to run the code inside the function. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about what we did today. I think if you just print my function, it will just return its address. Really? Hold on. Print my function, so just print num, like if we just do print num number set, this will return an object. Okay. Function number set at this memory address. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's do a review, and then we'll move on to the next part of the stream. So functions. Functions are defined blocks of code that can be executed multiple times in the same program. Those are the remnants of C. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so executing a function is usually referred to as calling a function or a function call. What's next? So in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Programming Workshop, I don't think the next one is the conclusion, but in the next workshop, we're going to be talking about classes and objects. So in Python, everything is an object, and in Python, all objects belong to a class. So we're going to be talking about those concepts in the next workshop. Okay, so everybody, if you're here for the Python portion of the stream, then thank you very much for coming. We're going to be moving on to the next topic, and the next topic is, what is it? It is Hack My VM Venus Lab demo. No, it's not. Hold on. I need to change this. Okay, so this is going to be, what is it? TryHackMe. XSS, XSS room. So this is web app. It's web app hacking. Okay, and the last thing we're doing today is OLIcyber web app challenges. You could do an OWLsec CTF. OWLsec. I don't know that one. Let me look it up. So are you talking about owlsec.ai or something else? Because I haven't heard of OWLsec before. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. We'll put 60 minutes on the clock. And what are we talking about? We're talking about this room from TryHackMe. So if you've got an account over at TryHackMe, you don't necessarily need to have a paid account, but we're going to be learning about the cross-site scripting vulnerability. We started last week talking about cross-site scripting, and we're going to explore the concept a little more. So before we continue, I'm going to put on some new music so that we can enjoy some music while we're doing our hacking. Bit, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so if you don't have an account over at TryHackMe, you can make one for free, and then you can access the room over here. So the room is called AXSS. We're going to be talking about cross-site scripting, and we're going to be talking about how we can actually perform these attacks. But anyways, let's do a little bit of reading. Signal says, OLIcyber is a server and organization owned by SR Surho? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Affiliated with big names in cybersec like Dash Day, Kippa, Tim Taylor from TryHackMe. Oh, okay. Oh, they host CTF events. Awesome. Yeah, I'll look into it a little bit later. So OWLsec, huh? Okay, so cross-site scripting. So cross-site scripting, we usually hear it referred to as XSS. It's one of the most common vulnerabilities that threaten web applications to this day. XSS attacks rely on injecting a malicious script in a benign website that runs on the user's browser. In other words, XSS attacks, they abuse the user's trust in a vulnerable web application, hence the damage. So one of the earliest XSS vulnerabilities was recognized in 1999. Over the past decades, very robust web security practices have become part of modern-day web application frameworks, protecting against many XSS vulnerabilities by default. So the keyword in this case is many, because using a well-known modern web application framework doesn't guarantee that there's not going to be these kind of vulnerabilities in your web application. Signal says their first CTF started today, and each day they add new challenges. It's pretty interactive. I'm wondering if the stuff over at OWLCTF is evergreen, because I'm very interested in evergreen challenges that I can turn into YouTube videos. Zayad says, your stream is so cool. I'm learning a lot from you. Thank you, man. Thank you very much, Zayad. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so with the rise of web applications, it's no exaggeration that a few XSS vulnerabilities are discovered and abused each month. In the OWASP Top 10, XSS was ranked 7th in 2017. In 2021, XSS was grouped with other injection attacks and together are ranked 3rd. Okay, so this room explores XSS in depth to help you discover, abuse, and patch XSS vulnerabilities. Okay, let's go ahead and skip. So, learning objectives. So, upon completion of this room, the user should gain a more in-depth understanding of XSS, in particular, reflected XSS, stored XSS, DOM XSS, and how to protect against XSS, or cross-site scripting. So, what we need to understand is that there are different types of cross-site scripting, and depending on the type that is vulnerable, the type of XSS that is present on a vulnerable system, we attack it in different ways. We provide code snippets using different web frameworks. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and click on complete on task 1, and then we will move on into the next section. So XSS is a vulnerability that allows an attacker to inject malicious scripts into the web page viewed by another user. Consequently, they bypass the same origin policy. It's a security mechanism implemented in modern web browsers to prevent malicious scripts on one page from obtaining access to sensitive data on another page. So, same origin policy defines origin based on the protocol, hostname, and port. Consequently, a malicious ad cannot access data or manipulate the page or its functionality on another origin, such as an online shop or bank page. XSS dodges SOP as it is executing from the same origin. Okay, so we're talking about JavaScript. So in most cases when we're talking about cross-site scripting, we're talking about JavaScript. And another word that we could use for XSS could be JavaScript injection, because XSS is a type of injection attack. So basic knowledge of JavaScript is pivotal for understanding XSS abuse and adapting them to your needs. Knowing that XSS is a client-side attack and takes place on the target's web browser, we should try our attacks on a browser similar to that of the target. It is worth noting that different browsers process certain code snippets differently. In other words, one code that might work against Google Chrome, it might not work when the user is using Mozilla Firefox or Safari. Suppose you want to experiment with some JavaScript code in your browser. In that case, you would need to open the console found in the Web Developer Tools on Firefox, Developer Tools on Google Chrome. So the way you do this is different. There are different shortcuts. So we're currently using a Firefox browser. So it says we would use Control-Shift and K to access the console. So if you wanted to access your own browser's web developer tools, you can just go over to the corner over here in the upper right. There's usually going to be some sort of triple dot or hamburger menu. And then you can go over to More Tools and then Web Developer Tools. It'll be somewhere inside of the settings. Okay, so afterwards, you're going to see the Web Developer Tools over here. And they're talking about the console. So the console, in Firefox anyways, is located over here. So this is the console where you can put in your JavaScript code and execute it. Okay, so, but you should probably just use the keyboard shortcut. It's usually an easier way to get this done. So it says on Firefox, which is what I'm using, Control-Shift-K. Control-Shift-K. Okay, awesome, that works. Okay, let's review some essential JavaScript functions. So, when we do cross-site scripting, we usually use some JavaScript commands to get the XSS payload to work. So actually, the XSS payload is the JavaScript command. So we talk about alert. You can use the alert function to display a JavaScript alert in a web browser. So try alert1, alert XSS, or alert XSS to display an alert box with the number 1 or the text XSS. So this is the function right here. We can copy it. Oh, wait. We need to copy exactly this text, and then we go over to the console. We put in the code XSS, and then we get the alert. So this is an alert. It's basically a little pop-up box, and it'll say whatever you put inside the, Well, this is a function. This is just like a function in Python. So inside the JavaScript function here, we can print whatever we want. This is text in an alert box. Okay, and then that's what appears in the alert box. Awesome. So this is usually the type of payload that we use to test cross-site scripting. If you can get this payload to work and the alert box shows up, then you can prove that cross-site scripting was achieved, and you can prove that the application is vulnerable to this injection attack. Okay, console log. Similarly, you can display a value in the browser's JavaScript console using console.log. So console.log is the standard way to print messages inside of JavaScript. Try the following two examples of the console log log1 and console log test text to display a number or a text string. So we can grab this, go back to our console, then paste in the command. So it just, in the console, it'll print out this stuff. So it'll print out whatever you give to it. So either a string or an integer, whatever you want. This is just going to be printed out to the console. Okay. Wish I could make this, bring this up a little bit. Actually, can we? I mean, that doesn't change too much. Okay, anyways. So encoding, the JavaScript function B2A string encodes a binary string of data to create a base64 encoded ASCII string. This is useful to remove white space and special characters and encode other alphabets. The reverse function is A to B, so ASCII to binary. Oh no, ASCII to base64. Sorry. So B to A stands for base64 to ASCII, and A to B stands for ASCII to base64. Furthermore, you can experiment with displaying values such as document.cookie and using document.cookie for an example. Okay. So this is a variable inside of your JavaScript. So document.cookie is your cookie value. So we can grab this payload over here, alert document cookie, and we can run this in the console. It didn't run. Hold on. Wait, do we need, oh, we need to click on the run button here. Okay. Okay, so we got, okay. Signal says you can still grab cookies through the console, or do you need edit this cookie? I think it works. It works in this case. So these are all the cookies inside of my current session. So if I go over to my storage for TryHackMe, these are all the cookies here. So it just grabs all these cookie values and it prints them out inside the alert box. So let's do that again. So if we run that, we see that, so this is basically the type of thing that you would run if you're trying to steal somebody's cookies using an XSS attack. Okay, cool. Signal says, what is that? I don't know how they store authentication, but it's usually cookies as far as I know. Yeah, I mean, web applications use cookies to store user sessions. So if you can get somebody's cookie, you can try hijacking their session by using your web browser with another person's cookie. Localized pricing experiment. So I mean, I guess if somebody really wanted to, they could hijack my session for what is it? For TryHackMe. They could steal my account. Wouldn't that be something? Okay. Actually, that's making me paranoid. Let me log out of TryHackMe just for a second. Hold on. Okay, so the cookie should be invalidated now. I'm gonna log back into TryHackMe. Sorry, I just felt a little paranoid because I showed my cookie value for my login for TryHackMe. Okay, so TryHackMe, I need to get my password. Fire hydrants, here we go. Signal says, my sketchy ad block sending out HTTP requests to a RU domain. Well, I mean, not every RU domain is necessarily a sketchy one, but yeah, I'd be a little bit suspicious of that. Okay, so let's go back to the room. Sumeria1, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just talking about cross-site scripting. Where were we? Types of XSS. Okay, so there are three main types of cross-site scripting. Post the domain. I'm a local expert. Sumeria, do you know a lot about cross-site scripting? Let us know if you do. Because cross-site scripting, I'm not super good with cross-site scripting. Okay, so I think we can make the text a little bit bigger. All right, so reflected cross-site scripting is an attack that relies on user-controlled input reflected to the user. So if you search for a particular item, term, and the resulting page displays the term that you search for, the attacker would try to embed a malicious script within the search term. So this is why you shouldn't click on really long links that people send. You shouldn't click on links, suspicious links from anybody, but this is the type of thing that could result in a cookie stealing attack. Okay, we got stored XSS. This attack relies on the user input stored within the website's database. For example, if the users can write product reviews that are saved in a database which is stored, and these are displayed to other users, the attacker would try to insert a malicious script in the review so that it gets executed in the browsers of other users. So anytime users are able to write data that other users are able to see, then it could be vulnerable to a stored XSS attack. Signal says, you only live once, click every link and ignore all the emails that you don't remember sending out. That's one way to live your life, I suppose. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. We'll do one on YouTube. And we will put on some birds. Actually, let's do... Where are the happy birds? Here we go. Here's a group of happy birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just got to take a little water break. Okay, everybody. Yeah, so Sumeria has left a link for a YouTube video talking about Twitch chat getting getting hacked by XSS code injection. It's a legitimate link. I will, because I checked it out during the break. So if you want to check it out, you can click on the link. Okay, so that's stored XSS. It's basically anytime you're able to put a payload inside of something that other people see on the website, that's stored XSS. The last one is DOM-based XSS. So this attack uses multiple vulnerabilities within the document object model to manipulate existing web page elements without needing to be reflected or stored on the server. So this vulnerability is the least common among the three. Okay, so let's answer some questions. So which XSS vulnerability relies on saving the malicious script? So the word saving is important here, and the XSS vulnerability is stored XSS. So in stored XSS, you save the payload into the website, which is accessed by the database. So it's stored. Ooh, that's not how you spell stored. Okay. Okay, so which prevalent XSS vulnerability executes within the browser session without being saved? So this is what we need to understand. Reflected XSS, it stays entirely inside of the browser. So it is a cross-site scripting payload that is immediately returned after you send it. So this is reflected. And the last one is, what does DOM stand for? So when we're talking about this last variety of XSS, it's called DOM-based, and DOM stands for the document object model. Okay, so task number 3. So cross-site scripting is a web app vulnerability that allows an attacker to inject malicious scripts into a web page viewed by other users. Okay, what makes cross-site scripting possible? There are many reasons why cross-site scripting vulnerabilities are found in web apps. So these are the reasons why the application can be vulnerable to cross-site scripting. The same kind of reasons are what cause applications to be vulnerable to other injection attacks like SQL injection or OS command injection, and it's these things. So insufficient input validation and sanitization. Web applications accept user data. Well, they accept user data through forms and use this data in the dynamic generation of HTML pages. So you can put malicious scripts into the user data, and if you don't check for this kind of malicious input, then they could be attacked by these kind of injection attacks. So the next thing is lack of output encoding. So the user can use various characters to alter how web browsers process and display web pages. For the HTML part, it's critical to properly encode characters such as these. So the angle brackets and single and double quotes and the ampersand sign. So one of the reasons why these kind of injection attacks can occur is because users can supply these special characters into their user input. And even characters like single and double quotes can be interpreted by the application as code. So what you need to do is you need to make sure that these kind of special characters are handled very specifically, so that they're not handled as code by the application. Isk-Og, thank you very much for following. Okay, so the next thing is improper use of security headers. So various security headers can mitigate XSS vulnerabilities. For example, content security policy mitigates cross-site scripting risks by defining which sources are trusted for executable scripts. A misconfigured CSP, such as an overly permissive policy, or the improper use of unsafe inline or unsafe eval directives, can make it easier for the attacker to execute their XSS payloads. Okay, so there's also framework and language vulnerabilities. So some older web frameworks did not provide security mechanisms against XSS. Others have unpatched XSS vulnerabilities. Modern web frameworks automatically escape XSS by design and promptly patch any discovered vulnerability. So one of the ways you can secure your application against cross-site scripting is by using modern web frameworks, because the modern web frameworks include security by design, and but you shouldn't trust modern web frameworks by themselves to write code that is not vulnerable to these kind of attacks. You need to be vigilant both ways. Okay, so the last thing is third-party libraries. Integrating third-party libraries in a web application can introduce XSS vulnerabilities even if the core web app is not vulnerable. So if you use libraries that have vulnerabilities in them, then when you integrate them into your app, then they also have vulnerabilities. So you need to be careful who you trust as far as third-party libraries are concerned. The problem here is that everybody uses third-party libraries because nobody wants to write something that they don't need to write, so they just use everybody else's code instead. Okay, so this is what you can do with cross-site scripting. NPM shenanigans, yeah, pretty much. NPM, these are, yeah, the NPM is like the latest big supply chain attack. But yeah, thank you very much for bringing that up, Sumeria. Okay, so there are many implications of XSS. Below, there's a few of them here. So session hijacking. So cross-site scripting can be used to steal session cookies. So if you're able to display a session cookie and then save it to like an attacker-owned server, then the attackers can grab the cookie and then use their own web browser with that cookie to take over a session and then impersonate the victim. So, for example, if the user is logged into Facebook and then they activate the cross-site scripting payload, then they could get the cookie for the Facebook session, and then somebody could take over the Facebook session. Okay, so there's phishing and credential theft. Leveraging XSS, attackers can present a fake login prompt to the user. In one case, the browser's page was partially hidden by a dialog box requesting users connect to their cryptocurrency wallet. So, I mean, so what I'm thinking is that XSS could be used to redirect users to another web page. So they click on the XSS payload, and then they're brought to another web page, and maybe the other web page is impersonating another, like the login web page of another website, and they could try to collect like credentials that way if somebody actually falls for that. Okay, so the next thing is social engineering. So using XSS, an attacker can create a legitimate looking pop-up or alert from a trusted website. They can trick users into clicking malicious links or visiting malicious websites. And content manipulation. So in addition to phishing and social engineering, an attacker might use XSS to change the website for other purposes, such as inflicting damage on the company's reputation. Okay, we've got data exfiltration. XSS can access and exfiltrate any information displayed on the user's browser. This includes sensitive information such as personal data and financial information. Samiri says, uh-oh, my PC got infected. Better click on that pop-up. Yeah. Basically, anytime I see something pop up, my automatic assumption is that it's something I should ignore or I should just, get rid of right away. Okay, and malware installation. A sophisticated attacker can use XSS to spread malware. In particular, it can deliver drive-by download attacks on a vulnerable website. So one thing that I have noticed in a few different pop-ups is that every once in a while you're going to see a pop-up when you go to a dodgy website, and it'll try to make you download something with your web browser. So it'll usually try to make you download some sort of executable, and people might be fooled into downloading the the executable that it's that the pop-up tries to make you download and then run it, which would be a really, really bad thing. Okay, so based on the leading cause of XSS vulnerabilities, what operation should be performed on user input? So we need to do something to the user input. What is it again? Input validation and sanitization? That's what I'm guessing is the answer here. Validation and sanitization. Samaria1 says, I just invented a new attack technique, making pop-ups closed button, the closed button be malicious. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the close button is controlled by the Windows system, but I guess you could make a close button that is actually, you know, leads to something bad instead. So to prevent XSS vulnerabilities, what operation should be performed on the data before it is output to the user? What operation should be performed on the data before it is output to the user? So what are we looking for? Encoding. So we should encode the output. I think that's what they're looking for. Okay, good. Okay, so let's take a look at reflected cross-site scripting. So this is the type of cross-site scripting vulnerability where a malicious script is reflected to the user's browser, often via a crafted URL or form submission. Consider a search query concerning this JavaScript right here. So many users wouldn't be suspicious about such a URL. Even if they look it up close. I mean, if you see script in your URL, you should be suspicious. Okay. So if processed by a vulnerable web application, it'll be executed within the context of the user's browser. Caesar! Hello, nice to see you here. Is it Caesar or Caesar? Let me know which one it is. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Hacker sends link. User gets link. User clicks link. Awesome. Okay, so one simple reflected XSS vulnerability is where the user searches for some term and the search string is included verbatim in the results page. This simple scenario provides an easy target for the attacker to use. Although discovering such vulnerabilities is not always easy, fixing them is straightforward. So user input such as this, which includes the XSS payload. Read that is seltzer. Seltzer? Is it seltzer? Should be sanitized or HTML encoded to this. Ah, okay. So we encode the brackets. So if the brackets are encoded like this, then the payload will not go off. And these sections will provide examples of vulnerable code in following languages and frameworks. So there's PHP, there's JavaScript, there's Python, and there's C#. So look at the following code snippet in PHP and figure out why it may be vulnerable to reflected XSS. Okay, so we've got our PHP code here. The reason why this code is vulnerable to cross-site scripting is because user input is directly put into the page output. Okay, let's see. Size, C's, Caesar, Caesar. Oh, okay. Caesar DX, Caesar. Thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, if you're unfamiliar with PHP, get is a PHP array containing values from the URL's query string. So the query string variable is equal to the query string k in this case. So it basically takes whatever you searched for and it puts it into the page output. Oh, Caesar cipher. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, for example, in shop.thm search.php q table. So the q has the value table. Okay, so it's displayed on the results page without sanitization. An attacker can add a malicious script to the URL knowing that it would be executed. So the URL can be tested, and if the site is vulnerable, an alert box will display the user's cookie. Okay, so luckily fixing the code is simple. Caesar says it's used to take parameters from the URL. Yeah. So it's, in this case, it's looking for the Q parameter. Okay, so in the fixed code, it's the same code, but we run an extra function on it first. So HTML special characters on the search query, and then we use the escaped search query for the output. Okay, so was a joke, it's Caesar cipher. Wait, did you put Caesar cipher into one of the messages? I don't think you did. Okay, so HTML special characters convert special characters to HTML entities. So these characters are replaced by the HTML encoded versions to prevent code execution. Okay, so we got Node.js. So this Node.js snippet is vulnerable to reflected XSS. Try to find the vulnerable part and think of a solution. Okay, so here, what do we have? They just sound alike. Okay, I get it. All right, so we've got some use searched for plus search term. So this is what is returned to the application, or the browser, I guess. We're looking for search term, and search term is a variable, which is query q. So I'm guessing query q is the q URL parameter. And the reason why this is vulnerable is because it doesn't do input sanitization. Scenario 1's, okay, so Caesar says URL encoded like %20 for space. That's exactly what we're talking about. Scenario 1 says, I did all the XSS labs sleep deprived and do not remember any details. I did all of the XSS labs on Portswigger like 3 years ago, but it's been but 3 years is a long time when you're not practicing something, so I've forgotten everything about cross-site scripting. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Node.js, the code snippet uses Express, a popular web application framework. The rec.query.q will extract the value of q, so it's basically this right here. The value table. The response is generated by appending the search term to usearched_for. So the value is taken from the user, inserted into the response HTML without sanitization or escaping. So it's easy to append in a malicious query. So basically, yeah. So you put your malicious payload into the Q parameter here, and that's how you get your payload to activate. Okay, so basically the way you secure your code against these kind of injection attacks, it's pretty similar across all the languages. You use a function that is going to modify the user input before it is reflected back to the user in the web application. So in this case we use sanitize HTML. You run it on the search term before you put it back into the application. Okay. And the same thing with Python. Okay, so request.args get q. So this is the search query. You searched for query. Oh, we were using an F string here. Great. So query equals this, and there's no input sanitization or escaping that's done with the stuff, so that's why it's vulnerable. Okay, so if you want to fix the code, you have to use a specific function. So escape. So in this case, you run the escape function on the query and then return that to the application instead of the raw user input. Okay, so same thing with ASP.NET in C#. It's it's slightly different. You could provide 100 more examples of specific implementations. Basically, what you need to understand is that you should use some sort of function to scrub the user input to make sure it doesn't include any special characters. Okay, anyways, let's move on. Which one of the following characters do you expect to be encoded? I think we should encode this symbol, the semicolon. So among these characters here, I think it would be the semicolon. Let's check. Nope. Okay. In that case, we should encode the hash. Still not. Man, I'm having a bad time. Okay, ampersand. Okay, it's the ampersand. Okay, so which one of the following characters would you expect to be encoded? So we do cross-site scripting. Usually we have to include an angle bracket. So let's put in the angle bracket. Which function can we use in JavaScript to replace unsafe special characters with HTML entities? So JavaScript, huh? Which one did we use? Was it called sanitize? JavaScript was sanitize HTML. Okay. Ooh, that doesn't look like it's enough characters. Sanitize HTML. What function can we use in JavaScript to replace unsafe special characters? Oh, we need to use the... Okay. Thank you, Samaria 1. We need to include the parentheses because, because it's a function. Which function do we use in PHP to replace HTML special characters? Okay, let's go back up to PHP. HTML special characters. And we'll make sure to include the parentheses this time. Done. Okay, let's move on to the vulnerable web application where you can actually try our malicious payloads. Start the attached VM. The attached VM runs a vulnerable version of copy party. The discovered reflected XSS vulnerability has a ID of this, CVEs. Okay, and the abuse is published here. Time to hack. Yeah, well, hopefully we can get it working. The attached VM has a vulnerable server running on port 39, blah, blah, blah. You can reach the server here via your attack box's browser. Oh, okay. We might as well... I guess we need to start up our attack box then. Let's start the attack box now. So if you're following along with us, there's a button at the top of the web page that's labeled Start Attack Box. You can click on that. It'll start up the attack box virtual machine. You could use the VPN. If you know how to do that, you can download your VPN and then connect to the TryHackMe network that way as well. So it's probably easier to do it this way if you are not familiar with using the OpenVPN program. Okay, so we'll just wait for the attack box to finish initializing. It should take about 2 minutes. In the meantime, does anybody know any good jokes? Oh, you know what? I heard a good joke, a good programmer joke. You want... Okay, so the joke goes like this. How many programmers does it take to screw in a light bulb? The answer is 35. One programmer to actually screw in the light bulb, and 34 programmers to tell the first programmer that they're doing it wrong. Simaria, no, that's not the that's not the answer. Sideshow Stevo, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. We haven't done a hack the why 34 exactly. I mean, it could be any number as long as it's it could be any number as long as there's one person that actually does the thing, and the other programmers tell the first programmer that they're not doing it correctly. Okay, so let's give you a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Signal says, with an additional 12 programmers who react to every pull request to an increasingly aggressive thumbs up or thumbs down emojis. I don't have very much experience with GitHub, but I guess that was that is what it would look like. Okay, so we got our IP address over here. You're not going to be able to see this unless you started the machine. You should press the start machine button. It'll turn gray if it has been pressed. We can copy this, and then we can go over to the web browser inside of the attack box. So inside the attack box, this is a web accessible cybersecurity distribution of Linux. It's not exactly Kali Linux, it's not exactly Parrot OS, it's its own thing, but it pretty much functions almost exactly like Kali Linux. Anyways, we can open up the web browser, and then inside the web browser we can visit the website that we copy-pasted over here. Okay, and they do have Kali as an option. Well, I mean, the last time I saw they had Kali as an option. Okay, so we can... Ooh. we can't exactly copy-paste directly. We need to access the control bar over here. And in the control bar, we have to click on the clipboard and then paste in whatever we want to paste into the browser. And then we can paste it in. Okay, so this is a website. Alright, so what do they want us to do? So what type of vulnerability is it? Well, I mean, this section is called... the section before was called Reflected XSS, so I'm guessing Reflected XSS is the answer here. Simaria says, when you press the Start Attack box, there is an arrow at the on the button, and you can choose Kali. Yeah, you can choose Kali if you want to. Okay, use the above hack against the attached VM. What do you see on the second line after go to? Okay, so I guess we need to... So the code is this. So where is the where do we put the payload? Okay, I guess we could do a little bit of research. I'll just copy the link. Everybody, if you want to take a look at the link, this is it right over here. Just change the URL directly. Okay. Reflected cross-site scripting URL parameter this. Ah. Okay, let's go back. So it's just we need to find. Yeah, so this is the payload here. We'll just add the payload to the end of this URL. So in here, we'll just okay, never mind. I forgot that you need to go to the clipboard first. Yeah, so after the port number. That didn't copy correctly. Okay, so let me grab this again. Alright. So this is what the payload should look like. We paste it into the clipboard. That doesn't look complete. This doesn't look complete. There should be something after the percent sign. Hold on. Let me just try copying this all. Okay, yeah, so this is the actual payload. Let me put it into chat. Okay, so we should be able to put it after the port number here. And then... okay, this worked. So, image source equals copy party, on error equals alert 1. And then after we put the payload in, GG we in. Thank you. Thank you very much, Frackery. So it's slash $H hash CC. Okay, so it is $H hash CC. Submit. We're done. Sideshow Stevo says, is it forcing an error to fire that method then? Yeah, that's exactly what it's doing. So image source, so it's basically giving an image source link. And in this case, it could be anything. But if there's an error, then you're supposed to throw up an alert box that displays alert 1. And because this will always error out, because this isn't an actual source, there will always be the error, which means it'll always trigger the alert. No wonder I don't remember anything. It was just command copy pasta. Let me try something out. Okay, so I'm just gonna change copy party to anything. Does it need? I don't think it needs to be copy party. It could be just, you know, HackerFrogs. Yeah. So this is just like, you know, a placeholder. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So stored cross-site scripting. Okay, stored XSS or persistent XSS, it's a web application security vulnerability. This is basically taking your cross-site scripting payload and then putting it into the database. And the way you put it into the database, usually it's going to be submitting something that everybody can see on the website. So like a user review or like a forum post. So stored XSS begins with the attacker injecting a malicious script into an input field of a vulnerable application. When other users access the stored content, the injected malicious script executes within their browsers. Okay. So there are many reasons for the application. So the reasons why the application is vulnerable, they're basically the same. They're the same as the reflected XSS. So it's validation and user input sanitization. It is output escaping, which converts these kind of special characters into encoded versions. And what else do we have? So context-specific encoding. So within the JavaScript context, we can use JavaScript encoding whenever we insert data within a JavaScript code. Okay, so the vulnerable code in this case, it's very, very similar. It's similar to what we saw in the previous example, except that the code is basically posting user input and saving it as something in the database. So in this case, it's usually going to be something like a user forum post or a product review or something. But we can basically skip all this stuff because it is very similar to the stuff we saw in the previous section. So it's an SQL injection attack, kind of. It does get injected. It does get injected, yeah, into the database, but it's not using SQL. It's not manipulating the SQL in this case. It's actually manipulating the JavaScript, because it's the JavaScript that that appears inside of the user input. Okay, so what is the name of the JavaScript function we use to sanitize the user input? JavaScript function, huh? Where is it? Okay, so we need to use sanitize HTML. With the parentheses, thank you very much. Okay, so which method do we call in AskNet C# to sanitize user input? Let's just go up there and take a look. We use HTML encode. Oh, it's HTTP utility. HTTP utility dot HTML encode. Okay. Vulnerable web application 2. All right, so we need to stop the previous machine. Actually, is this the same machine? Is this the same machine? I think this is the same machine. Yeah, it's the same IP address. So the attached VM has its vulnerable server running on port 80. You can access it from here. So I'm just going to grab this. Why am I doing this? It's already here. Oh well. Cannot connect. Oh, it's because we're connecting to HTTPS. Okay, maybe I need to stop the previous machine. So we'll terminate this one. And then we'll start up the machine in this task. Maybe it's a different machine. Okay, so we'll just wait a little bit for it to become available. Oh, maybe I forgot to provide /contact.php. Maybe you're correct, Sideshow Stevo. But anyways, we'll wait for a little bit for this thing to come online. Oh, you know what I can do? I can ask the AI for a good programming joke. Tell me your best joke about programmers. Okay, so a programmer's wife asks him to go to the store. Buy a loaf of bread. If they have eggs, get a dozen. He comes back with 12 loaves of bread. She asks, why did you buy 12 loaves of bread? He replies, they had eggs. If they have eggs, get a dozen. Buy a loaf of bread. If they have eggs, get a dozen. Ha 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 ha. Okay, always watch out for those ambiguous conditional statements. So buy one bread. If eggs equals true, buy 12. Anyways, let's go back. Okay, we got our address. Let's copy it to the clipboard. Actually, wait, we don't need to copy it to the clipboard. The attached VM has a vulnerable server on port 80. Okay. Copy that. And I think we might have just enough time to do this section before we need to stop the segment. Although we could go a little bit longer. Okay. What does it say? Runs the vulnerable hospital management system. Okay, let's see. It is fully functional. There's a stored XSS vulnerability. The application has not been patched until the time of writing. Okay, so use the vulnerability. The attacker only needs to click on the contact and then fill in the name and submit the payload in the message field. Okay, where are we got? Where's the message field? Let's put this in full screen. So when you're using the attack box, you can put it in full screen by going down to the bottom here in the middle. There's a little button that is labeled do in full screen. Then you can do the attack box in full screen, which is a lot more convenient. They want us to log in as the administrator, right? So username admin, password admin 123. Where's the login page? Oh no, they said that there was something on the contact endpoint. So contact.php. We can't access it. Already have an account? Okay, here we can register. So admin 123. Invalid username and password, try again. I need to double check. Admin. To log in as the receptionist via the corresponding tab, use the following credentials. Admin 123. Let's try that one more time. Admin 123. That's the patient login. Okay, patient login. I just need to look up what the endpoint is. To log in as the receptionist via the corresponding tab, any message sent to the contact page appears to the receptionist when they log in. Okay, let's look around this. So this is patient login. Is there an admin page? So this is patient login. About us, contact, drop a message. Oh, okay. So we're supposed to put our payload in here. So this is the contact page they were talking about. So the name can be anything, the email could be anything, the phone number, whatever you want, and we put the cross-site scripting payload into here. So when we put the cross-site scripting payload into here, when the receptionist takes a look at the message, it'll activate the cross-site scripting payload because it's saved into the system via stored XSS. So let's go back. What is the payload? Something simple such as a script alert simple XSS would work? Sure. Okay, so we'll just put this into the... No? That guy at test.com must get some huge amount of spam. Is there a test.com? Is it legitimate? Hold on. Where's my payload? Okay, payload here. Paste it into this clipboard. Put it in here. Send message. We need at least 10 characters. Message sent successfully. Okay, great. Okay, so from here we need to... Surely not, but it's funny to imagine. Actually, what happens if you go to test.com? Just a second. Okay. Wow. You can buy test.com for $4 million. I'm not paying that. So test.com doesn't exist. Okay, what are we doing? To log in as the receptionist via the corresponding tab, use the following credentials. Admin. Where's the endpoint? This is stored XSS. Okay, so we sent that. They can click around and find the receptionist login. Okay, so this is home. This is index.php. Already have an account. This is index1.php. This is patient login. Is there an index2.php? No, there's no index2.php. Receptionist tab. Go back, there's a bar at the top. Okay. Okay. So patient, doctor, receptionist. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Sideshow Stevo. So admin 123. Okay, and we got the simple XSS to go off because that was, well, whatever we put in appears. It appears on the admin panel 1. Okay, and then what do they want us to do? Go to the contact page and submit the following message. Alert document cookie script. Then, oh, they want document cookie. Okay. All right. So we will go back to the comment page. Name test@test.com. Phone number 123456789. Send this message. Oh, we want document.cookie. That's your mega vulnerability there. It's executed as the receptionist. I mean, this is if they could set it up, they could potentially record the receptionist cookie and then do like a session stealing attack. Document.cookie. That's what we want, right? Yeah. Okay, send the message. And then log in as the receptionist. Okay, here we go. All right, let's copy that. What is the name of the key from the displayed value pair? Oh, we only want the key? So the key is PHP session ID. It's a pretty typical cookie value from PHP. Okay, done. Pebble says they aren't even going to show you how to exfiltrate the cookie. Lame. Well, I mean, there are other places you can figure out how to do that. Actually, the only place where I figured out how that shows you how to do a cookie stealing attack is Portswigger, and you need to have the pro version in order to get it done. So there's one lab. If you know other labs that do cookie stealing attacks, let me know, because I really want to try it out. So cookie stealing Portswigger. This one. Hack the box is a good bet. Oh really? But yeah. I'm not too sure what they would use for the attacker server, where the cookies would be sent to. I suppose you could set it up. You could set it up as your own server. Just redirect to your attacker machine. But yeah, I think we're going to stop. We're going to stop here and we're going to move on to the last topic for today's stream. Okay, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to finish off with the DOM-based XSS. But you know what? I think we learned a lot today about good old cross-site scripting. RootMe XSS stored 1. Really? Oh, okay. This one over here. Cool. The one thing I really need to check before I start doing some stuff on RootMe is whether or not they're friendly towards people live streaming their stuff. Because I know some platforms, they're not cool with people covering their stuff on stream or in YouTube videos. So I need to check with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the last part of the stream. So in this last part of the stream, we're going to be using the OLIcyber website over here. If you don't have an account over there, IskOg says yes. When you say yes, do you mean that they don't like people live streaming their stuff? In that case, I can't really cover this stuff on the live stream. All right. So yeah, this is a great cybersecurity platform for education. It's in Italian, but you can always translate all the stuff on the website. The quality of the stuff here is pretty good. So that's what I really appreciate here. I've already finished most of these web security challenges, and let's go ahead and do this next one. Okay, so for each one of these challenges over here, I'm going to try to do a write-up at the same time, because they're not super complicated for the most part. So we'll just talk about exactly how we solve the challenges and then do our write-ups at the same time. Okay, so before we do that, let me get rid of some of these tabs that I'm not using. So I'm not using TryHackMe anymore. But Pebble, thank you very much for for coming by the stream. If anybody doesn't know, Pebble is also a cybersecurity Twitch streamer, and let me shout out Pebble. If you're interested in learning about advanced cybersecurity concepts, especially if you're interested in Windows Active Directory hacking, Pebble is a really good resource. He streams once a week on Sundays, but he's very nose to the grindstone and hacking all the Windows things. Oh, wait. I want to keep that one. rootme.org. I'll keep this around. Okay, what are we doing? Challenges, yes. Okay, so this is web. So once you log into the website, you can go over to web security. So they've got the introduction set of challenges over here. There's 71 challenges. They're split up amongst a bunch of different categories, such as miscellaneous, network security, web security, cryptography, software security. The introduction challenges are meant to be easy and to introduce you to a lot of security concepts. Sugar-Free Bird, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, so we've solved a lot of these challenges already. If you're interested in taking a look at the write-ups we did for these challenges, let me get that for you. HackerFrogs has a very extensive GitHub repository where we record all of the write-ups we do for the challenges that we cover on stream. And yeah, we've got a bunch of walkthroughs over here. We add to these walkthroughs live on stream. Let's go ahead and create a new file. Okay, so the name of the challenge, we're gonna put the name of the challenge as the file that we're gonna write. What is this one? So this one is web challenge number 13. Okay, so we're going to have to do a lot of translation because it's all in Italian. If you speak Italian, let us know in the chat, because there might be some...
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Ice-T, thank you very much for redeeming I'm Root. I don't know if we're going to be getting Root anytime soon on these challenges, but thank you very much for the redeem. Man, the name of this challenge is pretty long. Okay, so we're going to have to record a couple of key things for this challenge. So the URL of the challenge, the concept we need to understand to complete the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. Alright, so what is that webpage? Here it is. So if anybody wants to know exactly what challenge we're looking at, that is it. There's usually a link for these web challenges that you don't need to be logged in to access. Actually, I can get that for everybody in just a sec. We'll get that. So this is the website we need access to complete the challenge. Okay, so what we do, because we don't read Italian, we're just going to copy the description of the challenge, then we're going to go over to Google Translate and translate the thing. This time we're detecting the language, pasting in the description. So in this challenge, the highlighted letters on the web page form the flag. The highlighted letters on the web page form the flag. The goal is to isolate them from the rest of the page and to concatenate them. We recommend using the Beautiful Soup library. So in this challenge, the flag is presented without its typical flag frame. This is normal when it's used in contexts when it would be difficult to insert due to the curly brace. It's still necessary to add it manually before submitting the flag. So this is talking about how you need to put the flag wrapper around the flag before you can submit it. Sozo, hello, nice to see you here. Oh, HackSmarter, yeah. HackSmarter is another cybersecurity Twitch streamer. Let's shout out HackSmarter. There you go. Okay, so what are we doing here? Okay. So let's grab that web page. So the flag is these highlighted letters here. So if we wanted to isolate these, you know what? I really want to figure out if we can do this with a Linux command. So what we're going to do is we're going to try... They want us to use like a Python script to solve the challenge, but I want to figure out if we can do it with curl. So this is curl. And what we need to do is we need to grab everything inside of these right here. So span class equals red, because these are the letters we need to print out for the flag. Okay, so you know, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our good old friend the AI to see if they can give us a command that we can use. Thank you very much for following Spicy Jellies. That's a fun username. Okay, so we'll ask our good friend the AI. We want to use a Linux command to isolate only the letter in between the tags. and we give it this. Okay, so here are several ways you can extract just the letter between the tags using Linux commands. So echo, what is this? Using sed. So echo this, sed. So this will only get things between the left bracket and the right bracket. But I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work because there are a lot more tags. There are a lot more tags other than just this tag. It's gonna find too much. So if we just run this command here, I don't think it'll work. Okay. Let's try it out. And it doesn't work. Okay, so first of all, let's save this out to... Let's output this to page.txt. Okay, so this does come in. This is intact. So if we just run this after catting out page.txt, it doesn't do anything. I mean, I think it... Oh, you know what? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work. Using grep with Perl regex. All of these are not going to work. This removes all the HTML tags, just leaving the text content. Okay, so we wanna isolate everything with this first. Okay, so the first step we want to take is to isolate all of the text that has this kind of pattern, where the letter inside the tags can be any one character. Okay, so grep with regex to isolate all the text that match the pattern. So the first thing we need to do is we need to, oh no, to run this first thing. Okay, so we grepped out all of these patterns. The next thing we need to do is we need to get rid of this stuff, or the tags. So we can combine this with this command here. Where is it? That first sed command that we were talking about. This one. This is going to get rid of everything except for what's in between the tags. So this gets rid of everything between, except for the stuff between the tags. The next thing we need to do is concatenate it all together, which is cut delete new lines. Delimiter must be a single character. So wait, you don't do it like this? Oh, it's TR. Sorry. It's not cut. It's TR. Thank you, Pebble. Okay. All right. So we're doing some Linux magic to get the stuff we want. Do not recommend doing this by hand. So this is what we want. This is the flag, and let's record this in our write-up. I love little using, programs like sed and grep and tr to get exactly what we want from our output. Okay, let's go back. So the concept here is, what do you say it is? It's isolating web page output based on tags. Okay, so let me just record the command we use, the one-liner, first. So the challenge tells us that the flag is formed by concatenating all of the letters that appear in red on this web page. And the web page is this one. Okay, and if we save that web page output to a file named page.txt, then we can run the following command to strip out. Oh, wait. If we look at that page's HTML source, we see that all of, oh, my music stopped. Okay, let me put the music back on. We'll get back to this in just a sec. Let's play some StarCraft music. Okay, so if we look at the page's HTML source, we see that all of the red letters are between these HTML tags. And let me get an example of the tags. This thing. Okay, if we save that web page output to a file named page.txt, we can run the following command to isolate all of the texts inside of those HTML tags, and then delete the tags. Then delete all of the new lines to give us only the flag value. Okay, so we have to remember to wrap the flag contents in the flag wrapper. Okay, so let's go and do that right now. So it is flag, and then the squiggly brackets, and like this. Okay, and submit. Okay, so they got an index.html and a challenge.py. That's kind of funny. Okay, so the other way we can do this is we can use the beautiful soup module inside of Python, and let me see if I can grab like some quick Python code to do this. Okay, so the method of solve. We'll make this the curl solve method. And the other section we'll call the Python solve method. Okay, so let's go ahead and we can get like some quick Python script we've used for some of these other challenges. Over here. Yeah, so import requests, and then we've got this stuff. Let's go ahead and write that Python. What is this? This is called, this is web challenge number 13. Okay, so we're using the request library to use Python to access these web pages. We need to change out the URLs for each one of these. I think this one is just web 13, right? Web 13 shells.olicyber.it. And let's just make sure this works first. We'll write this out. And you know what? We'll create another, we'll do a side-by-side window. Okay, and let's go into the temp directory. Python web13.py. Okay, so this gets us the contents of the web page. They want us to use the beautiful soup module. Okay. So I do not use the beautiful soup module, so I'm going to need to ask some questions. So as usual, we're going to ask our good friend the AI. How could we use the Python beautiful soup module to extract? Bit asks, what time do you usually live stream? I'm usually live streaming at around this time, from 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Daniel DeLuca in Japanese, 1985. Hola Mase Italiano? No, I don't speak Italian, but I am using an Italian website. So this is a really great Italian website that teaches cybersecurity, and this is the link. But welcome to the stream, Daniel DeLuca. Okay, so you can use find all for beautiful soup. Okay, so we'll try asking this to extract all the aforementioned tags. Should we use the find all? Okay, I know that site. You should live translate the page, maybe. Well, I mean, it's okay. We can just spot translate it as well. Either way is going to work. To get only the letters in between the tags. No worries, Daniel. Okay, so how do you do it? Basic approach to get the letters. From BS4, import beautiful soup. Okay. So, I mean, I guess we don't need to use... Oh, okay. They want us to use files. I mean, we don't need to... Okay, so from B64, BS4, import beautiful soup. Everything here is going to be okay. What else do they want from us? Soup equals beautiful soup on html.parser. HTML, I guess html.parser can remain the same, but we need to change the HTML thing to something else. We don't need to print the text. But we need to provide rect text down here. Forgot how cool Nano was. I'm too used to Vim. I mean, I use Nano because I don't use most of the features that Vim is supposed to give you, and I never learned how to use Vim. The only thing I know how to do inside of Vim is to save the file and to do very, very basic data entry. That's it. Okay, so that's the soup over here, and what are we doing with that? So tags equals soup.findAll span class red, letters equals empty string.join tag text for tag in tags. Ah, okay. Let's see if it works. Okay, we'll save this out. We'll write it. Run the Python script. Aha! It works like a dream. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so the soup is how Beautiful Soup parses all this stuff. So HTML parser, we isolate the tags. So soup.findAll span class equals red, which isolates the stuff, those tags specifically, and then letters tag text. So tag text is basically the text in between this stuff. And we do the join method on an empty string here to populate the string and then print the string letters. Cool. Let's save that out. We can save the script in our write-up. Okay. So this is the script for the Python method, and we'll save this out and move on to the next challenge. Okay, cool. So web challenge 13 done. Next challenge is 14. So another great thing about this platform is that they actually give you the code that is used to create the server, or the code that the server is running off of inside of the Flask, inside the Flask file here. So it's Python Flask that is standing the server up. They also give you the HTML code for the web page, which is also nice. So this is one of the reasons why OLIcyber is fastly becoming one of my favorite websites for learning about different cybersecurity concepts. Okay, so Web 14. Okay, and in case you want to take a look, this is the direct link, and the link we're going to be using to solve the challenge is over here. Looks like it's more... Toppy Beats, hello, nice to see you here. Carlo, hello, Hackaday. Pentester's Diary, okay. Oh, awesome, awesome. Let's see, a practical journal to organize reports, notes, and labs. If you like, it's on Amazon. To find it easily, just search for Carlo Toppy on Amazon. I mean, I've got a second... Let me see if I can find it really quickly. I'll do this off screen just in case something weird shows up. Like I dox myself or something. Carlo Toppy. Carlo Tappi, do you... Oh, it's a journal. Okay. It looks like you've got... Okay, let me see if I can... Amazon is a bit of a tricky website. Okay, let me try putting this in a private window. Okay, we'll search for... Stay on Amazon.com. Ah, okay. So this is... Let's translate this. Dedicated to those who enter the systems at night and leave traces only on paper. It's a diary designed for those who live cybersecurity as a practice, direct, functional, without frills. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can leave this link directly into the chat, but Toppy Beat says, do you have any IT certifications? Let's see, I've got my EJPT from eLearn Security. It's not a very prestigious certification, but that's the only one I have. I did take OSCP training, but I didn't pass my OSCP exam. But the thing about the OSCP exam is that the learning material, you can learn the same stuff that they teach in OSCP on a few different websites these days. Not that I'm just saying that you don't necessarily need to take the OSCP to learn the stuff that they teach there. But I did learn a lot while I was learning from the OSCP course. Anyways, what was I doing? Okay, but yeah, welcome to the stream, Toppy Beats. Okay, so we got some... Well, let's go ahead and record this. Okay, Toppy Beat says, I've got EJPT V2, ICCA, Google Cybersecurity Certificate, ECPPT version 3. I'm not familiar with the ECPPT version 3. Can you tell me a little bit more about that certification? Oh, it's INE. Okay. So I'm guessing it's like a higher level version of EJPT. Okay, the new version. Okay, cool. But yeah, it's good to see some people who work in the cybersecurity industry taking interest in the live stream. Do you do live streaming yourself? I mean, we're always looking for new cool people to be cybersecurity info, like live stream creators. There's not enough of them in my opinion. Okay, so URL, concept, and method of solve. HackerFrogs, I think, is Italian. HackerFrogs is Italian? Wait, what are we talking about? No, I mean, I'm not Italian. I'm just using an Italian website. I'm Canadian, if you're wondering. Okay, so here's the URL. The concept, we do not know the concept. We need to translate that. So let's go ahead and grab this thing and then go to our good friend Google Translate. Okay, so HTML comments can contain comments. These are completely ignored by the browser. Are we just looking at comments? So extract and display the comments contained in the page. Interesting. I mean, okay, so we know exactly which web page we want to access. It's this one right here. Signal says, do you think it's worth doing the Oracle Deep Learning certs? I have my NVIDIA NIM and AI agents with multimodal models, fundamentals of accelerated computing and CUDA, C++, transferring robot learning policies from simulation to reality, but Oracle has been about the same ones, and I want to break and do ML. Would it be worth enrolling into? I honestly can't answer that question for you, Signal, because I don't do machine learning stuff, but Oracle Deep Learning certifications, it really depends on how much you feel like those certifications are going to help you get a job, how expensive the certifications are, and how much practical knowledge you think you're going to be able to get out of the certifications. Okay, so what are we doing? Okay, so I think if we just look at the web page itself, it's asking us to look at the HTML comments. So remember to deploy in production, prod server password, flag somebody forgot to delete this. Okay, that's cool. So I guess what we need to do is we just need to extract this. So the first version I'm thinking of is we can just use curl to extract this. Curl this and then grep out the comments. Okay, so some I totally will be getting, but others I feel are a little bit redundant. Oracle's deep diving multimodal basically being the same as NVIDIA's AI agents with multimodal models. Okay, they have courses on Q Sharp in preparation for using AI with quantum computers, which is something I've never seen yet. Well, I mean, I guess you could pick and choose. In that case, you could just choose the certifications that are going to give you access to stuff that you haven't learned before. But I guess the real question to ask is whether or not getting the redundant certifications is going to help you a lot in getting a job. I'm not too sure how heavily certifications are required in that for getting a job in machine learning. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I need to put an ad on YouTube, and I need to put on some birds. How about this one? Okay, here's a lovely woodpecker. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So Signal says, I don't know what I want to specialize in because ML, machine learning, is vast, and at the same time I don't want to throw money at courses I'll never use. It's probably just something I should sleep on, but at the same time they're on sale until Thanksgiving. Are we talking about American Thanksgiving? When is American? I'm from Canada, so I assume when other people are talking about Thanksgiving, they're talking about American Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving 2025, USA. Okay, so it's October 13th. No, that's Canadian Thanksgiving. Okay, November 27th. Oh, okay. Ah, you assumed Canadian. I mean, does it say Thanksgiving? So Sumeria might know more about this. I seriously don't know anything about machine learning stuff. Sumeria might know more. Okay, so what were we looking at? Okay, so we just need to get everything between this pattern right here. So we used something similar in the previous challenge, right? Let's take a look at what Claude was talking about. Okay. So this time we need to get what is between a certain pattern. So this is more regex stuff. Okay, now we want to grep out the same pattern, but any number of characters between the tags. So what's that regex? You need to change the dot to dot star or dot plus. So dot star, match one or more characters, non-greedy. Match 0 or more characters, non-greedy. Match one or more characters, greedy, not recommended. Okay? One or more characters, 0 or more characters. I mean, we're assuming that there's going to be one or more characters. So we just do star question mark, right? Okay, grep. What was the pattern? Star question mark, but the pattern in this case is this thing. And the closing bracket over here. Okay, good. Okay, so we got only the stuff inside of these brackets. We need to get rid of the first line. So it's something like, hold on, let me look this up. So Linux delete first line of output. How can I remove the first line of a text? So you would use sed or tail. Sed 1D, so 1D is only delete the first line. Ah, okay. So that deletes the first line, and then we can grep out the rest of the thing. Okay, so grep everything between between the flag and the closing bracket. Okay, so grep. Actually, you know what? In this case, we could probably just do awk. It's like print something, right? Print $. What is that pattern thing? Something like this. Okay, so prod 2, 3, 4, 5. Hack Smarter is raiding with the party at 22. Welcome Raiders, and welcome Hack Smarter. Okay, so this is how we get just the flag. Thank you very much for welcome in Raiders, and Silent XEV and JS Oberbeck and Hack Smarter Port Zero Cyber. Hello, nice to see everybody. Jessuf Moore, hello. And you know what? Let's give everybody a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, everybody. As you can see, we're celebrating October over here at HackerFrogs. My name's the Shy Hat, and we learn about all sorts of cybersecurity stuff over here. And thank you very much for the follows, Port Zero Cyber, N Node Lefo, and Skull Thoughts, all of those great users. Thank you. Okay, so what do we do over here? We learn about cybersecurity. We come from a beginner's point of view, and we try to explain the concepts of cybersecurity as beginner friendly as we can. So what are we doing right now? We're currently hacking on an Italian cybersecurity education platform. This is called OLIcyber.it. So you can make an account if you want to for free over at this website. Everything is in Italian, but you know what? Everything is translatable. So you can just highlight some text, you can translate it to English or whatever language you want, and then you can use these international cybersecurity education platforms just like you would use an English version one. Isn't that great? Okay, so what else are we doing? So we're doing this challenge right over here. We're trying to find programmatic ways of extracting flags, which are basically little goals inside of our cybersecurity education challenges called CTFs, Capture the Flag. And we just figured out how to capture this one. Well, I mean, it's not super difficult for this challenge. The fun part is figuring out what kind of Linux one-liner commands we can use to get exactly what we want. Okay, so let's submit this flag. That is the correct flag. Great. So for these web challenges over here, we're trying to figure out how to solve them two ways. So we can try to solve them using a command line terminal program like curl, and we're also trying to figure out how to solve them using Python, because Python is our favorite programming language. Anyways, what we're also trying to do is we're trying to do a write-up for each one of the challenges that we're completing, because the best way to learn about cybersecurity is by documenting all of the exercises that you do, and being able to look back at your notes is very, very valuable for your education. So the concept for this level is learning to parse HTML comments in web pages. Okay, so the method of solve, we're going to solve it two different ways. There's the curl method, and there's going to be the Python method. Sumira says, why are you doing one-liners, but the platform doesn't demand it, or is it self-imposed? It's just a cool, well, sometimes it's just kind of a challenge. It's a challenge. You could just use curl and then you know, manually go through and get the flag, but it's much cooler to be able to get exactly what you want using a Linux one-liner. Okay, so the challenge tells us that we are supposed to get the flag inside of HTML comments on the following web page. And we will get that web page in just a second. I want to record the curl command we used. The web page in question is this one right over here. Where is it? There, this one. Here's the link for anybody who wants to take a look. Okay, and what were we doing? That's the link. Okay, so the curl method, we can use this curl command. Curl is the name of the program, to get the web page contents. Grep out only the HTML comments. Delete lines that don't contain the flag, and print out only the flag. Okay, so we got our curl method makes extensive use of stuff like grep and sed and awk. So these are great output formatting tools in Linux, and they're very good for scripting if you wanted to do bash scripting. But the other method we're going to be using is we're going to be using the Python method. And using Python, there's a module called Beautiful Soup that we can use to parse HTML information. And let's go ahead and take a look at that. So the last time we were using the script, it was over on the challenge number 13. Okay, so whenever we take a look at Python scripts, we usually try to get a script that we've already written that looks kind of similar to what we want to write, because programmers are very efficient with their time, read as lazy, so we like to recycle our code as often as we can. So let's go ahead and take a look at the script we used for the previous level, Web 13. We're just going to rename this Web 14. Signal says, stop exposing. Sorry. No, it's just me. It's just I'm the only person that recycles code because I'm lazy. Okay, so the only difference between the last level and this level. Let's see. Hate to be that guy, but print fifth column is not repeatable. Flag could be in another case, in another place. True. I guess we can go back and we can refine the grep command a little later, or the awk command. Signal says, I write everything by hand, guys. I do not recycle the same functions. I get paid by the hour. And Gakken Sternblade says, depends on how old the code is yet they're reusing. That's true. Sometimes you can get code that's so old it doesn't work for the newer version of whatever programming language you use. So there's some really old Python code that doesn't work with Python. Actually, I guess you can't really use Python 2 code with Python 3. That's the most famous example, I would suppose. Okay, so what are we looking for? So soup equals beautiful soup and HTML parser. Soup find all. We can find all the comments, right? Okay, so let's go back to the challenge description. Beautiful soup tends to hide the contents of comments, not providing direct access to them. It is recommended to use the string parameter of findAll method with custom text that checks whether the analyzed element is part of the comment class. So how do we use beautiful soup to get comments? Okay, we'll try asking the AI. Use beautiful soup to isolate HTML comments. Using findAll directly, okay. FindAll string lambda text is instance text comment. So print each comment for comment and comments, print comment.strip. More concise version. Soup.findAll is instance text comment. I mean, I think Sumeria 1 has the answer. Great. Is instance text comment. Text lambda. Okay, so I mean, I guess we need to... So we're not looking at tags in this case. Okay, let's keep the music going. Delete, delete, delete. So comment, print comments. Well, I mean... is this 14 or 15? This is 14, right? Yeah, this is 14. Powerful AI abusers. If you aren't abusing the AI, are you even using it? Import comment. Do you need to import comment? You know what? I'll run the code. We'll see if we get an error message. Name comment is not defined. Okay. Wait. Comment equals comment. We need to import comment. So from BS4, actually we could just add it here. Beautiful soup. Is it comment? Is it done like this, or is it done without the comma? Okay, so it does work. Deprecation warning. The text argument define type method is deprecated. Use string instead. Oh, so do I just... The text argument is deprecated. So string equals? I don't know if this is the way you want to do it. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, even if it's deprecated, I'd rather my code work than not work. Okay, so let's see. Remember to deploy in production. Prod server password this. Okay, so we need to isolate the flag. We need to isolate the flag using... So let's see, how can we get everything from the beginning of F? The beginning of F in flag until the end of the flag, which is the closing curly bracket. Okay, so let's abuse the AI. Alright, now we need to get only the flag string from the output. So in example, the example flag output looks like this. Regex for the win? I hope so. To extract only the flag string from the output, you can use regex with Beautiful Soup. Okay, so import RE for regex. Search for the flag pattern in the comments. So let's see. Flag match equals RE search for flag. And then there's a opening bracket and a closing bracket and a bunch of stuff in the middle. So if flag match, print group flag, this is the flag. Okay, well. Alright, so what do we see in the... So we need to import the regex stuff here. And then we have our comments. So inside the comments, we need to for comment in comments, run the loop. So in my opinion, it's okay to use code snippets that are provided by the AI as long as you make an effort to understand what exactly the code snippets are doing. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to use any code snippets. So for comment and comments, so comments is a list, right? So it's a list. Yeah, this is a list. So you can see the square brackets. So for comments and comments, flag match equals regex search for the pattern. So it's flag and then an opening bracket and then a closing bracket with a bunch of stuff in the middle. If flag match returns true, then print flagmatch.group and it'll output exactly the flag. Hope it works. Hope it works. Okay, write that out and then run the program again. Okay, so I guess what we need to do here, so find all prints out by default. Oh no, print comments. Yeah, okay, we need to get rid of this line. Yeah, and then okay, so it only outputs the flag. So that's awesome. This is exactly what we want. Okay, let's save this out and then copy it to our write-up. Somebody forgot to delete this. Wait, was that included? Or are we talking about, or making a snide remark? Okay, either way. Okay. So I mean, we can get rid of the comment here. All right, great. No worries. I mean, that's the thing about cybersecurity challenges. They're meant to be solved. Maybe not easily, but they're meant to be solved. Okay, so the other thing we need to do is we need to match on the pattern inside of our curl command here as well. So the curl command, after we've isolated this line right here, we need to find a way to only print out this. Everything from the beginning of flag. So we need to match on this pattern again. Can we use the same pattern from the Python script? So can we grep on this pattern? Yes. Yes, we can. Huh. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess maybe we don't need the first part. Maybe we just need to grep out the flag. We don't need to grep out the comment. Because we get the exact same result if we just do this. Yeah. I mean, this is a lot better. This is a lot better because the command is a lot shorter, and there's only 2 commands here. Okay. Anyways, let's revise. Okay, we can use the curl command to get the web page contents and then grep out only the flag. Shorter, you're not creating a list of comments and deleting the ones that don't have the flag, etc. Yeah, which also makes me think that whether or not I need to revise the Python script. I'm not going to revise the Python script. I just want to move on to the next challenge. Okay, so let's do the next thing. So the next thing is going to be... So eventually we're going to get to some interesting stuff like SQL injection. It'd be interesting to see if they want us to write a Python script to automate the SQL injection. That'd be interesting. Okay, so this is Web 15. And everybody, if you want to access it directly yourself, this is the link. Okay, so let's create our write-up. So this is Web 15, Technology, Web, something, something. Resource what? Resource something? Estern. I guess we'll figure this out in just a second. Where's that link? Here we go. Concept. Method of solve. I'm guessing there's going to be a curl method and a Python method. Alright, let's take a look at the challenge description. Google Translate this stuff. Okay, so a web page can contain references to other resources called external resources. Two main mechanisms for including these resources are the link tags. So are we looking for link tags? In this challenge, the flag is in one of the page's external resources accessible at this. So find all and other tools provided by Beautiful Soup to build a list of the page's external resources. Therefore, recommended to use the get function to download them and perform a search within them for the string flag something something. Okay. Well, I mean, the first thing we can do is we can just do this manually to understand what's going on with this challenge. So let's grab the link for the website, and I'm expecting that this website is going to have like some links in the HTML code. So there's a CSS file, there are two CSS files, and there's a JS file. So so this is kind of like scraping, right? It's like scraping, it's kind of like spidering. We go to a web page. Are you using Yazby? I'm not too sure what that is. But oh, you know what? Signal says, I'm gonna head out, chat. Thanks for the acknowledge. No worries, no worries. I'll catch you on whenever you're live next. Yeah, Signal, if you are not part of the HackerFrogs Discord, you can join the Discord here. We also have a Reddit, and the Reddit page usually has the schedule for the live streams on there. No, I don't know YISB. I wonder if there's a tool out there that'll download all the content and all the links. I don't know if curl does this. So maybe recursive curl? Customizable Windows toolbar that kind of looks like it. Oh, okay. No, I don't know that one. How to curl all files recursively in Linux. This works for curling all the URLs that are in file.txt and getting the status code. Okay, so curl command itself does not natively support recursive downloads of entire websites or directories. Unlike tools like wget, curl is designed for transferring single files or making individual requests. You can achieve a form of recursive behavior with curl by combining it with other shell commands. Okay. So to ensure curl reaches the final destination of a resource when encountering redirects, -L. So this isn't exactly what I'm looking for. Downloading multiple files. You can download multiple specific files by providing the -O. This is what I'm looking for either. Okay. So I'm looking for a single command, hopefully something that is native to Linux, that I don't need to download a separate program to achieve, what is it? Outputting everything from a web page and all the links located on that page. To output a web page and all the links referenced on that page using a common Linux command. Okay, so curl s grep href. Okay, so this extracts all the links, but what we want to do is... Oh, there's wget with the spider mode too. Wget spider --forced.html max depth 1. Using curl with better link extraction, using links, which is a text-based browser, using curl instead, using wget to download and extract, strong shiv 8, using extensions like URL extractors. Most comprehensive extracts all types of links. So curl s, I mean, this doesn't reference, this is a direct reference to something else. So this isn't going to work for this page. It's /CSS and /dynamic.js. These are not going to be retrieved if we use commands like this. I guess. Because this isn't an absolute address. This is just a reference. I wonder. So all the hrefs. So the hrefs. Yeah, I'm not too sure how we would do this programmatically. I mean, we'd have to stick the base domain on top of it. So if the base domain is this, we would have to append. Store the base URL and then build the URL with the base plus link. I mean, I think this would be a lot easier to do with Python as opposed to using using Linux commands. Okay, so what does the challenge say? Okay. Find all and other tools provided by Beautiful Soup to build a list of the page's external resources. It's recommended to use the get function to download them and perform a text search within them for the string flag. Okay, well, I mean, this is probably, yeah, it's probably easier using Beautiful Soup. Okay, we'll modify this. We'll call this web15. So the base URL is this. Okay, so we need to keep the regex. We don't need the comments anymore because in this case, we don't need to access comments. We'll just get rid of this part of the code. We need to create a collection of links. I think you need the comment. I thought that flag was in the comment of one of the links. Let me confirm that. Dynamic.js, serif CSS. My guess is it's in the JS file. So it's not in the CSS. It's not in the other CSS. It's in here. Yeah. Makes titles dynamics, PS flag this. I mean, we can just search. I wonder if Beautiful Soup would be able to read this part of the page. It is in a comment. Okay, so first of all, we should go back. Beautiful Soup, HTML parser, and we should extract the links. So the next portion of the script is extract the links from the web root or from the landing page. Neem says, I'm still locked in. Hey, welcome, and thank you for sticking around, Neems. Nice to see you here. Okay, so what time is it? Oh, wow, it's a little earlier than I thought it'd be. Okay, so extract the links from the landing page. This is probably something we're going to be using in other exercises as well. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, so how can we use beautiful soup to extract links? We want to build a list of links. We want to build a list of links that all use the same URL base. So for example, something like http example.com. Just make sure that we're looking at Python. Okay, so URL equals example.com, response equals request.getURL. Okay, yeah. Find all the A tags with the href attribute. So links equals soup find all A, href true. Filter the links that start with the base URL. Filtered links. Print filtered links. Okay, more robust version handles relative URLs. So this is the version we want because the code seems to be using relative URLs. If you take a look over here. So this is a relative URL because it doesn't have the full URL. It's just relative to the rest of the website. Okay, so URL lib parse, import URL join, URL parse. Do we have URL lib.parse? Is that a standard library? I need to check. Okay, it is a standard library. Great. They're not in A, they are in link in script. They're in link in script. Let me take another look. Yeah, okay. So we want to extract all of the link, everything in the link tags. So I mean, we need to filter on the href keyword over here. Let's see what the AI script is doing. Base URL equals this. Base domain equals URL parse base URL.netlock. Links equals empty list. For link in soup.findAll, A href equals true. Convert relative URLs to absolute. Check if it belongs to the same domain. Remove duplicates. Simple version for absolute URLs only. Handles both absolute and relative URLs. CTF optimized version. Extract only specific path patterns. Okay. So what do we observe in here? So this is inside of link tags. So this is a link tag. There's also the script tag. Okay, so we also want to include links that are inside of link tags and script tags. So href and source. Link in script. I think you just need to replace the A with link in script. Is that all we need to do? Okay, so we want the version that handles relative URLs. Okay, so we'll first of all we'll import the libparse module. Then base URL equals this thing, base domain equals this other thing. I mean, the base URL in this case is this. Base domain equals URL parse base URL dot netlock. What does netlock do? You know what? We might as well figure it out. URL parse netlock. Because we like to educate ourselves. URL parse netlock Python. Okay, so it's still the AI responding to us. Netlock component of the URL representing the network location can be extracted using, so typically includes the domain name, any subdomains, the port number, and optionally, so network location, yeah, is that what it stands for? Okay. What do you mean, oops, something went wrong? All right, let's continue. So links equals empty list. For link in soup.findAll, A, hreference true. Convert relative URLs to absolute. Absolute URL equals URL join. URL link href. Check if it belongs to the same domain. Okay, and then append. All right. Paste this in. So we want to make sure that this is... So according to Gakken, they're in link and script. I think you need to replace the A with link and script. Can we put in both? So script handles this part. Link handles this part. We can't include both of them, huh? I think it would require two separate loops. Okay, so for link in soup, I guess we would do for link in soup find all script href equals true. But I mean, there's no href here. So in the script, there's no href, there's src. How about what you would want anyways, because the link contains href and the script contains src. Yeah, okay, so here the link tag has to be href equals true. And I guess we do 2 loops. It'd be nicer if we could combine this, but I guess you can't have your cake and eat it too. So this should populate the links list. At the end, we're just going to print out the links. See if this works. The name URL is not defined. Did you mean URL? Okay, so URL equals this, base URL. Where's that? Which line is it? Line 20. No name. Good night. Hey, no name. Nice to see you here. And yeah, have yourself a good one. Let's give you something to go out on. How about we redeem for you some Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so I think I located... Wait. I think we want to use the base URL in this case. Yeah, okay. Stream is all blurry now. Try reloading the page. Maybe it'll make it okay. I'm not too sure. I mean, the stream looks okay from my end. Okay, let's write that out. Let's try running it again. URL join. Oh, there's 2 instances of this. There's 2 instances of this. Where's the other one? Okay, let's run the code again. Okay, so we got 1 link, 2 links, 3 links. Okay, cool. So this is, it's working. We got the links, and then we need to get the contents of those web pages. So, I mean, do we do a for loop? So for link in links, do something. This is all done by 4 spaces. Yes, 4 spaces. Visit all the links and search for the flag pattern. Okay, so I would do another for each through each link, and then you're gonna beautiful soup again, basically use your loop from Web 14. Okay, let me get the loop from the previous one. So the previous challenge, okay, so okay, so this is for comments, but we're not looking for comments in this case. We're looking for soup find all. We need to create a new soup. So something like this. Okay. How does Beautiful Soup handle multi-line comments? That's a good question. You know what? I'm not too sure how Beautiful Soup handles non-HTML comments, because there's the comments inside of JavaScript are going to be different than the comments for regular HTML. Maybe I should just get each line as a different item. Okay, so soup equals Beautiful Soup. I mean, I can use... I shouldn't use the same variable name. Let's call this link soup. Okay, so I've got, let's go for another 30 minutes. We'll see how far we can get in 30 minutes. Hopefully I can finish this level at least in 30 minutes. Then we'll call it a stream. Okay, so link soup equals, I guess we can do link soup find all something something. I think you're basically there. We'll see. We'll write this out, and then we'll try. For Lincoln links, Beautiful Soup. Let's see. So in this case, Beautiful Soup equals text. REQ text. REQ text equals... Oh, okay, I need to define this as well. Request get URL. Yeah, we need to include this stuff. Down in the for loop. Okay, so we'll call this link get request and link request text, just so we don't step on the other variable names. Request get link. Link get request.text. Okay, so I think unless there's something very, very broken that I forgot, let's see if this works. Name comment is not defined. Okay, so oh, yeah, right. We need to reinsert the We need to reinsert the stuff from the other script. So beautiful soup and comment. So I did need to reinsert that stuff. Well, thank you very much for following Pipil Zamora. Pipil Zamora. Pipil Zamora? Is that how you pronounce your name? Let me know if that is. Thank you very much. Does Beautiful Soup have a different parser other than html.parser? Not sure. If this doesn't work, I can figure it out. But Pipil Zamora, let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so this didn't get anything. Because, well, there were no regular comments. Okay, so let's ask the AI. Okay, so we want to extract the flag from comments, but what if the comment is a JS script comment? What if the JS script comment is multi-line? James, yeah. I actually don't remember the name of that character. I know it was like Crash Override or something. That's his handle. JavaScript comments require different handling. Here's how to extract flags from JS comments, both single line and multi-line. So Beautiful Soup for HTML comments plus regexes for JS comments. What do we got? So how is this different? Beautiful Soup comment. Okay, same thing. Flag in HTML comment. Extract all script tags. Search for single line JS comments. Oh, geez. Search for flag in multi-line JS comments. Yeah, this is kind of messy looking, but I guess that's how it's got to go. So we'll put they also have other suggestions. More comprehensive approach. Extract all flags. Regex patterns explained. HTML with different comment types. All-in-one extraction. Simple brute force approach searches everything. Response equals request.get. Just search the entire page for flags. Okay. Just read and get the link. Let's see. Okay, request.get, search the entire thing. So response.text. So we got response.text, print flags. Flags equals re-find-all response.text. So in this case, we're looking specifically in the comments, but we don't need to look specifically in the comments. We just need to search the entire thing. But the thing is that response.text, this doesn't use beautiful this doesn't use beautiful soup. This one is much simpler. It doesn't use all the beautiful soup stuff. Okay, okay. Alright. I mean, we can use the soup to get the links. Cypher asks, is this ending soon? We should be ending in about 25 minutes or so. 22 minutes or so. But welcome to the stream, Cypher. Nice to see you here. Okay, so for link and links... Let's comment out all this stuff here for just a second. Okay, so for link and link, flags equals look for the stuff in the response text. Response.text. So hold on, let's put this. We're still using some of this. We're not using the comments part anymore. And we're not using the beautiful soup. Okay, Cypher says I missed a few streams because they locked me in a closet. I hope you're doing okay now. Okay, so flags equals re.findAll in link req text. Link req text. So we'll search the entire, for each one of these things, we're going to look in the text here, which is request.get for that link. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, well, I mean, it works. It works. We got the flag. We also got a couple of empty comments here. So I guess these are for the other links. So the first link didn't produce anything. The second link didn't produce anything. The third link gave us the flag. I mean, I guess that's all we want. Okay, well, I mean, this works. This works. We got the flag. Let's go ahead and print it out. So I think we haven't submitted the flag yet. Okay, so here, yeah, we've got all the source for all these web pages, which is good. We don't necessarily need them, but it's good that they're here. Okay, okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much for the help, Yakin. Much appreciated. Okay, so what I really want to do before we finish up, because we don't have too much more time to finish like another challenge, but what we can do is we can figure out how to do this with Linux commands. Like a one-liner Linux command, that would be pretty cool. But before we do that, let's put this in our write-up. Okay, over here. So the Python method is this. Okay, so the concept, we can talk about what the concept is for this challenge. So the concept in here is scraping web pages for links and scraping web pages for string patterns. And thank you very much for following Gawkin Sternblade. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are now HackerFrog. Okay, so scraping web pages for links, scraping web pages for string patterns, method of solve. The challenge asks us to visit this page. And extract all of the links on the page. This is the page over here. We have to search inside the contents of the linked web pages for the flag. Okay, so we got the curl method and we got the Python method. Python method is done. The curl method, I don't even know if we're using curl necessarily. Okay, so based on the fact that the web page contains relative, what is it called? Relative URL addresses. How could we use a Linux tool or a Linux command to scrape the links and access those pages? Okay, so use wget, easiest for recursive download. So download the page and follow links. I don't think this will get the other web pages. Okay, so we're not going to be doing any more Python coding. Let's get out of here. And close out this window, maximize this. So it's asking us to use wget here, and this is the base website. Okay, so this downloads all the files. Does it download all the files? It puts them in a directory. Okay. So it downloads all of the web pages and puts them in a directory. So if that is the command, and it puts them in this directory, the next thing we need to do after this is cat all of the files in that directory. So cat star. So this gets everything from those files. All we need to do now is grep out the pattern, and then we're done. Okay, so what was the pattern from the previous challenge? Grep this pattern. Yeah, okay, so this... It's not that bad. It's not that bad. We just need to paste this onto the other command, which recursively downloads all those files. Okay, let's see. So the curl method. Well, We'll just call this the Linux command method, because it's not curl anymore. We can use a combination of wget, so the wget command, cat, and grep to download all the files from that website and search inside of all the contents. Okay. And the command in question is this. So cat this, but first wget. Okay, so that's done. Cool. And we still have 10 minutes. Zen asks, are the challenges you're doing more advanced than picoctf? I wouldn't call these challenges more advanced than picoctf, but we are trying to figure out how to use Python. So the challenges themselves are pretty simple, but we're trying to figure out how to use scripts to achieve the goals and to grep out only the flag. So we're using a lot of the request module. We're using a lot of beautiful soup to parse out HTML contents. But Zen, hey, welcome. I remember your name, Zen. Have you been chatting today, or do I remember you chatting from another stream? Welcome to the stream anyways. Let's give you a warm welcome. How about some Nyan Cat? Okay, but as far as... Did I complete the challenge? Yeah, I completed the challenge. So as far as like the level of challenge from the website here, so OLIcyber.it, there are some tricky challenges on this website, just not in the section that I'm covering today. So right now I'm covering the introduction portion of the website, which does a lot of explanation and a lot of tutorials. It does a lot of hand-holding to get you through these first challenges. It's very good for beginners. But if you want to do something that is more difficult, you want to skip to the second section, which is the Italian Olympiad of Cybersecurity. And this has much more difficult challenges for you if you want to give it a shot. Where was I? Okay, so the next challenge is something about a spider. Zen says, other streams, sometimes I get bored and come up here to watch you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And, yeah, so Zen, are you a cybersecurity student? Or are you a professional? Are you working in cybersecurity? Or are you working in IT? Let me know what your situation is, because it makes it easier for me to give you advice if that's what you're looking for. Okay, so let's see. So I guess we're spidering websites in this next challenge. Let me take a look. I'm not necessarily going to be doing this challenge today, because we don't have very much time left. Let's just take a look at the translated version of the description. Okay. The flag is contained within the header of one of these pages. The goal is to automatically traverse the network of pages until reaching the one containing the flag. It's recommended to use the find all method of the Beautiful Soup library to isolate the A tags and extract their destination address from the href attribute. Maintaining a set of visited pages is recommended so as not to analyze them more than once. Avoiding unnecessarily load on the server. Okay. Software that exposes a network of pages by following all the hyperlinks is called a spider and is a fundamental component of modern search engines. Yeah, this is... Okay, so we can look forward to this. If you want to solve this on your own, then let me give you the website. So the website that we're dealing with here is this one right here. And the goal is to come up with a script or some sort of program to spider the website and to search for the flag. Okay, not much time left, but we need to play a little bit of music. Let's finish it off with some Faster Than Light. Okay, so I wonder if we could solve this really quickly by using the same commands we used for the previous level. Like, no, not this one. So if we were to do wget, and then pipe that into cat and grep. What were those commands? Yeah, so it's cat and grep. This was for level 15. This should work. Why? I wasn't able to pipe this. Or maybe the pipe command didn't do anything. Oh, okay. It's not a pipe in this case. So you're not piping it. You're just connecting it with the double ampersand. Okay, let me try this again. So we're just gonna delete all the files that we just downloaded. Okay, and then we'll try that again. That didn't work either. Okay, is it just because there's nothing... This didn't... Oh, it just didn't go off. Zen says, next year, I'm a college student. I plan for cybersecurity, but I think I'm still choosing between the major of computer science for AI or cybersecurity. I mean, you've got... next year, you're a college student. Zen, do you live in the United States? If you live in the United States or in Canada, you don't need to declare your major until the end of your first year. So in your second year of university or college, you would declare your major, and then you would have to decide between computer science for AI or cybersecurity at that point. But if you live in a different country, I'm not too sure how those college systems work. Okay, so so there's no flag in here. Or is there... Let me search for... Let's just search for the word flag. Huh. There's no word flag here either. Wait, what was the description of the challenge one more time? Okay, so the flag is contained within the title of one of these pages. Oh, the title of one of the pages. Okay, so we need to look for the h1 tags. I mean, that only gets h1. So looking for h1 tags. You know, this is weird. There's no actual flag here, but it says that the flag is here. Contained with the title of one of these, within the title h1 of one of these pages. The goal is to automatically traverse the network of pages until reaching the one containing the flag. You know, oh wait, maybe I didn't download enough. So when we do this command here, it's L1. So L1 I think is the layer or something. Let me wget -- help. -L is level. Maximum recursion depth infinite or 0 for infinite. Okay, so we need to change the level of recursion in here. Okay, so in this case, let's delete that website and where was I doing all this stuff? Was I doing this in the text editor? Yeah, okay. So let's try this. So we'll do the maximum recursion, or the maximum number of layers we're looking into this website. And then when it's all done, everything will be saved, and then we should be able to get the flag. Okay. That's a lot of pages. That's a lot of pages we're downloading. Neem says WStream. Thank you very much, Neems. I hope you learned a lot. What are you working on right now? Let us know. Maybe let us know in the Discord. So does this go around in a circle? How do we instruct wget to... I don't see any duplicates. Or is it saving over the duplicates? If it's saving over the duplicates, this will go around in a circle forever. Okay, let me consult the AI. Okay, where is it? Here. We want to run this command, but we want to ensure that we don't download duplicate web pages. News says I was on HTTP request smuggling, but I think I'm going to switch. It's a bit difficult. Kind of bad with everything on Portswigger. Path traversal is easy. It's like the only thing that's straightforward for me. How are you doing with working with Burp Suite in general? I know that Burp Suite takes a while to get used to using. But of course, you need to learn how to use Burp Suite in order to do more complicated web app attacks. Okay, so to prevent wget from downloading duplicate web pages, you can use several approaches. Using wget, but with duplicate prevention. So what is duplicate prevention? NC for no clobber. Let's just try the first thing to see if it works. So before we run this, we need to delete that website. Then we need to do this. Okay, this downloads all the stuff. This still looks like it's going around in a circle. Because it couldn't possibly be that many web pages. Okay, more comprehensive duplicate prevention. NH, don't create host directories. Don't create extra directory structure. No clobber. With content-based duplicate detection. -N, turn on timestamping. Only download if newer. Okay, let's... So it's basically the same command, only it's got the -N appended to it. All right, let's see if this works. Can't timestamp and not clobber at the same time. Okay, so we just get rid of not clobber. Last modified header missing, timestamps turned off. Oh, So I guess that's not going to work. Okay, well, using a combined approach, check before downloading. First, list all URLs. Then download unique URLs. Man. Okay. Let's give this a try. So we just need to wait for this to come back. The problem with this is that the spider might take forever, in which case it's no good. Alright, well, you know what? I'll do this next time. Okay, everybody, let's talk a little bit about who we might want to raid into next. So infosecstreams.com has got a list of all the great cybersecurity Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers. This is the link over here. And aside from that, let's take a look at who is online on Twitch. Because there's certain people I like to raid that are not on that list, including a good friend Moohoodles. Yeah, okay. Let's raid into Moohoodles' channel. All right. So Moohoodles is a streamer who does all sorts of stuff about NASA and space stuff. And they're currently doing what? They're doing space and astrobiology news. Games later? Who knows? Okay, let's start that raid. How do you spell that name? Muhudals. Okay, so everybody, before we go, let's talk about what we're going to be doing next time. So everybody, next time it's going to be Variety Fridays. We're going to be doing hacker history. We're going to be talking about a really big hack that occurred in the past, so look forward to that. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Python Basics session number 7. We're going to be doing software hacking challenges over at our favorite platform at OLIcyber. And then we're going to be challenging new CTF games over at the Narnia Labs from Over the Wire. So everybody, please look forward to that. It's going to be on Friday. It's going to be a ton of fun. Until then, have a great hacking time for the rest of the week. My name is the Shy Hat, and we're raiding in 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.
Shy Hat, thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? I hope you had a good time tonight. If y'all like cybersecurity stuff and learning about awesome programming and cybersecurity and web hacking and all of that stuff, be sure to go follow Shy Hat. And thank you so much for raiding in. Hip Hop Hack, thanks for the raid. Yeah, Raiders, hi, Amu. I do science communication on space and astrobiology. We're about to look at a whole bunch of current news in astrobiology. And then, yeah, I also play games from retro up to newer stuff. So yeah, words are hard. Brain is spaghetti. But yeah, welcome in and thank you so much for raiding on over. I get that Wikipedia. Wait, are you also going to TwitchCon? Yeah, thank you. If you need a raid and rest as well, Shy Hat, get some food, water, whatever you gotta do. Thank you again so much for raiding it. Appreciate it. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, enjoy your foodies. Have a good one. Thank you. Let's see. The next article I had was setting bounds on SETI, which I'm